Yeah. Kia ora tātou.
Thank you, Councillor. Welcome everyone, welcome to our councillors, welcome to staff members and presenters and members of the public present today, either online or watching at a later date. Council briefings are recorded, so public gallery attendees' presence implies your consent to being broadcast. In terms of an emergency, follow the building wardens to the nearest exit. The meeting point is across the road at Peace Park, and bathroom facilities are located outside the chamber foyer entrance. Do we have any, we don't have any apologies, I don't think. Do we have any acknowledgements from anyone today? I'll take that as a no. We have no public presentations, so we'll just leap straight into the business of this morning. And the first is our bylaw review. Take us away.
Tēnā koutou katoa. So this is our second briefing on bylaws, but the first one was with a different council and a different mayor. So we thought it would be a good idea to do some recapping and give you opportunities for feedback on the draft of the bylaws. You'll have opportunity to ask questions and provide feedback. The next steps, I'll talk about it in the time frame a bit more, will be to go to the Strategy and Policy Committee for adoption of the materials to go for consultation. So I'm Awakeri Growth, I'm in the strategy and performance team. We'll play a bit of musical chair today because there are a lot of people involved in the different bylaws. Next to me I've got Ian Moloney, Manager Park and Reserve, and Nancy Elliott, Manager Regulation. I'll stop at the end of each section if you've got any questions. And I'll start with a few generic slides. Yeah, feel free to ask questions, but I'll stop at each section. So the purpose of today is to review 5 bylaws, actually 6. They are listed on the screen. I won't read them one by one, but we will go through them in more detail very soon. And we've introduced a new stock movement bylaw following legal advice. So we are going to review 5 bylaws, and now it's 6 bylaws being developed. So why are we doing bylaws? Well, most council have power to do bylaws either under the LGA or under other acts. Under the LGA, the main reason for a bylaw is to protect the public from nuisance and to protect, promote, and maintain public health and safety, and also to minimize the potential for offensive behavior in public places. So we've done some research. We looked at the existing customer services data we had. We've done some limited engagement with some of our parties, including police for the alcohol control bylaw, and we've informed our iwi of the review. I'll talk a bit more about the time frame soon, but the start of the formal consultation will be April. So how does enforcement work? So bylaws are local rules set out by councils. To be able to do a bylaw, you need to have the right legislation in place. For quite a few of the bylaws that we are reviewing today, it's based on the Local Government Act. Some of the bylaws are responding to some other acts as well, like the Dog Control Act, for example, or Land Transport Act. Enforcement can change, but usually it's done through enforcement officers. But for the alcohol control, for example, this is done by the police. So a breach of a bylaw is an offense, and in some cases, you can have infringement fees, but it's not. It's mostly for bylaws that are developed under other acts than the Local Government Act. So it's one of the complications for bylaws, I guess, is that the enforcement provisions are different depending on the activity being regulated. And the bylaws are often taken more seriously when infringement fines apply. But when they are done under the LGA, you can't do infringement fines. So what do you do then? Well, you can do some warning, you can seize some equipment, and if it doesn't work, the options are fairly limited. You can apply to the district court for an injunction to restrain a person from committing the breach and taking them to court. But if convicted, they could have a fine up to $20,000. But the cost, the uncertainty, it's kind of a last resort option. And the bylaws are a regulation tool, but they are also used for wider education. Any question?
Do we have any records of that being the case with any of our bylaws where people have been taken that far in court or because they kept on infringing or, breaching the bylaw?
Yeah. Nancy?
Sorry, David, I don't recall.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think we've ever prosecuted anybody, taken them to the district court, or if we have, it was a long, long time ago. I mean, we issue infringements for various activities on a fairly regular basis, but they are, $100, $200, that type of level, but the prosecutions, no. And it's this argument about it being disproportionate, to the crime, if you like.
I had a question did I hear you say that that bylaws under the Local Government Act, that there's no enforcement fines associated, but they would be under the Bylaws Act, is that correct?
No, yes. So bylaws that are made under the LGA, you can't have enforcement fines, but there are enforcement fines for other bylaws that are based on a different law, legislation. So you've got the Dog Control Act, Land Transport Act, Alcohol Control is also different. Yeah.
Oh, I see. Where they've got specific legislation for the activity?
Yeah, specific enforcement regulation, yeah.
And under the Bylaws Act, because I haven't read, I just saw that it makes reference to the Bylaws Act, is there enforcement fines under the Bylaws Act, or is it just those specific acts?
Yeah, no, it's under the other acts.
Yeah, okay. Thank you. Councillor O'Brien?
Thank you, Hervé. Does staff have, I guess, any thoughts? Enforcing these bylaws must be quite frustrating for a lot of the staff, and it's really quite, I guess, challenging. Do you have any better solutions? Like, should we subby it out to people when we need to enforce these bylaws? Was it a better idea to get somebody else to do it for us? Don't be shy.
I don't have any more space. Morena, councillors. Not too sure about that. I know in the open spaces we have an issue where we don't have the resources to be able to do that. We don't have the expertise or the skills to enable us to do that either. But in terms of the way we use the bylaws actually is we use it as an educational tool. So if we do find anyone infringing, we actually, we will actually write to them and actually explain the bylaw and let them know why they can't do that. And in our space, that seems to work really well. But I'm not too sure about actually getting other bodies to enforce that. I think in terms of the freedom camping bylaw, for example, you can get security companies to undertake some of that work for you to actually issue infringements as well. But then again, they've got to be certified to be able to do that.
Thanks, Chief. Thank you.
Councillor Boynton?
I just wanted to find out, because I know this is a briefing, it's not necessarily like we're passing anything, but I wanted to get clarity on what's recently come through around the Summaries Act and changes there to allow police to have enforcement on people who are homeless. How does that work with, say, the freedom camping type of law? I know that bylaw. I know that last year we did work around a bylaw that if people were parked up, but it was they were said to be homeless, that we couldn't, like say to them they had to get out of there. How will that work if we have a bylaw for that and then police then have enforcement orders? Do we work with police? Do we work with... I'm not sure. I'm just trying
Councillor,
to see how that...
I'm sorry to interrupt, but
Yeah.
we've got quite a lot to get through,
yeah,
and
okay,
that's
thank
not
you.
what the topic for today, so maybe you could ask those questions
Yep, thank you.
separately. Councillor Dennis, you had a question?
Thank you. I was just wondering, are we going to go through each bylaw separately so we're not all over there's a head shake there. Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
I'll wait till that comes up.
Thank you. All right, let's keep moving.
Thank you. I'm just trying to get the next slide to come through. Otherwise, I'll talk through it, but you won't see it. Oh, here we go. Here we go. So we've refined the time frame from the last council briefing we had. Reason being that we've got a new council in place, so obviously new governance date. You can see that we are in the middle right-hand side at the top. So we've done a project plan, some research. We've drafted the bylaws based on some of the guidance we received in the first briefing. Following that, we got some legal review, which was very useful for some of our bylaws. And now we are at the stage where we doing a second briefing to get everyone on board, finalize the bylaws and the consultation document so that we can go to the Strategy and Policy Committee the 26th of March. So that's coming quite quickly. We've got quite a lot of information to put together. In April, we would do a formal consultation, so that's a legislative requirement. So we will consult on all the bylaws for a month. Following that, in May, we would have hearings and deliberation for those bylaws. And at this stage, the objective is council adoption on the 23rd of July. Any question on that? Otherwise, we'll move to each individual bylaws. No? Okay. I'll move on. So the first bylaw we'll talk about is the beaches bylaw. So I've been leading the review of that with Ian Moroney next to me. And we will go through a couple of slides to remind you what it is about. I forgot to mention when I was introducing before, we've sent the draft bylaws to all councillors via email or from governance, so they are available on Stella. So hopefully you've had a chance to have a look at it. If you haven't, that's okay. Ideally, if we could get any feedback by midweek next week, that would be fantastic. So that we can finalize all the information. Yes, thank you. So I'll move on to the beach bylaw.
Sorry, Councillor Whisker?
About the beaches, because I live on a Holby beach, and the problem is with four-wheel motorcycles going along the beach and identifying them, because they don't have any identification. It's very, very difficult. And there was some talk about government bringing in legislation to have all those actually registered, so you could identify them. Do you know if that has been progressed in any way?
No, Councillor, I'm not aware of that at all.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, you're raising a good point. We've identified these bikes as an issue around the beaches. So what we'll do is Ian will give us an overview of what the bylaw is covering currently and what we are proposing to change in the draft of the bylaw.
Right, thanks, Harvey. So the beaches bylaw, the purpose of it is really just to protect the beach environment from damage and also to control activities that may impact adversely on public safety and use of the environment of the beach. There's a number of issues or a number of things that it covers, including waste. That's litter and any waste that is deposited on the beach. Aircraft may not land on the beach. Vehicles, use of vehicles, quad bikes, and also horses. It covers things like fires, organised events, camping, basically prohibits camping and structures, and it covers life-saving hiring of craft. The current enforcement provision, there is a provision there which allows for for people to be prosecuted and then fined up to $20,000. But as Harvey just mentioned earlier on, the enforcement is really difficult in this space.
Councillor Immink.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, everybody. Just what's the aircraft? Does it include drones, or is it not necessary to have? Because I know that people have commented to me that the drones are spoiling the beach environment at times.
Yes. In the review, we have included drones in there. So drones they're allowed for the purposes of fishing only, but within the CAA rules.
Councillor Whitaker.
Just following up on those vehicles on beaches, once upon a time, I understand that the bylaw was that if you used a vehicle inappropriately, you could be fined up to $200 or $400. Now, once upon a time, there was the odd sign along the Holby that actually specified that, but there's no signage. So is that still the current sort of regulation?
I can answer that one if you want. At the start of the meeting, I was mentioning that bylaws that are made under the Local Government Act, you can't do any fines for those. So beaches is one of those. We got confirmation from legal advice. You can't do actual fines.
I think the other side to that is that the beach is actually classified as a road, so the rules of the road. However, as you mentioned, enforcement is, it's the police would be able to enforce on the beach. But then having the evidence and actually being able to catch people, is a problem.
Thank you.
Thank you. In regard to the quad bikes, I'm really pleased to see that there's a section in there where they're allowed on the beach if they behave themselves and all that sort of stuff. But I know up our way we get a lot of vehicles on the beach, on the dunes and all that. What's the ability or the likelihood of us enforcing the fact that they're not meant to be on the beach unless they're launching a boat?
I think there again, it's really difficult to enforce. It's a long coastline, unless you've got people patrolling the beaches and able to stop them, I don't think you're going to be able to, we can't control it. There's numerous access points, as you'll be aware.
Okay, thank you. One more, please. In regard to fire on the beach, it talks about, in that one, in 9.0, that in parts of the bylaw, fires may be lit below the high water springs. Does that mean the high water level? I've never heard of it regarded to as a spring before.
Correct, yes, it's the high tide mark, yeah.
If we go down to the last explanatory note on that one, it talks about the New Zealand Fire Service has legislative authority to prohibit fires in open air and restrict other activities if fire conditions exist. I get called out quite a bit to tell people to put their bonfires out, and I appreciate if they're above the high tide mark, then I can do that. But if it's below the high tide mark, especially around Murphy's Camp where there's a lot of blue gums and the wind's coming off, does that then give the local fire brigade the permission to go down there and say, although you're below the high water level, we really can't allow you to light this fire because all your sparks are going into the blue gums?
I don't think there's anything stopping the fire department from doing that. When we refer to FENS, the regulations that Fire and Emergency imposes, we talk about the fire season, so that there are certain times of year, as you'll be aware, that fires are prohibited in certain areas, and that just enforces that part of it as well.
But the last sentence says, or is necessary for fire control regardless of provisions in this
Yes, well, in
bylaw.
that case.
So
you
that
would be able to
covers
do that, yes.
everything.
Yes.
Thank you.
I think as we go forward, I think I might just ask councillors to leave questions to the end of the slides on each bylaw, just so we don't get bogged down. It might be that some of our questions get answered as we go through, so if that's all right with everyone.
Right, so the proposal from staff is, we had a look at the bylaw and it's, the evidence suggests that it's mostly fit for purpose and it only really requires some minor changes. And those changes really relate to the most recent issues. So the definitions were updated. We added vessels to cover amphibious vehicles as well on beaches because we're getting a lot more, they're starting to become a lot more common now. And we looked at adding the power to remove work or structures on the beach and also clarifying the fire provisions and updating the maps. So following a legal review, a license section was added as well, and the purpose of that is just to clarify the process of how to apply for approvals, for certain activities on the beach. For example, organised events, could be a wedding, and as mentioned earlier, is that enforcement remains a challenge. There's limited enabling legislation, and we cannot issue infringement notices. And that's, happy to take any questions. Any further questions?
I noticed at the very end of your bylaw, the separate one we're given, it talks about all the different maps, and I was a bit disappointed that they weren't included in this because I would be interested in finding them. So where would they be? They'd be on our Whakatane Council website, would they?
Yes, sorry, I'll just respond to that. We've been working with the GIS team. They've done a great work. It's just that in terms of timing, we were not able to provide it to you today.
Yep.
But they will be included for consultation, and they will be included when we go to the Strategy and Policy Committee. So what does that mean for today? You don't have them, I realize that. There's actually minor updates on the maps that are more like to reflect on the topography, and if there's any changes, we'll go through this. I'm aware of one change, but there's no like significant change to the maps themselves.
Thank you. I think your bylaw's really good. Is there anything that you've changed in here from what it was before? I'd really be interested in all these. So you haven't changed anything, it's the same as. Thank you. I think it's very good. It's quite broad, and it actually gives people the ability to enforce things if they get out of hand. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Moving along.
Yeah, thank you. So we'll move to the alcohol control bylaw, and we'll welcome Awakeri. Is Mike around? Mike's there. And Mike Mackenzie.
Good morning, councillors. I will be taking you through the alcohol control bylaw. So just a quick recap, the alcohol control bylaw aims to promote a safe and enjoyable environment by reducing alcohol-related harm by regulating alcohol use in public areas. Currently, alcohol is prohibited on a permanent basis from 12 noon Thursday to 3 a.m. Monday. Over the Christmas and New Year's period, midday on 24 December to midday 26 December and midday 31 December to 3 a.m. on 1 January. Our key proposed change, following legal advice, was to replace those complex current restrictions with a consistent all-year nightly ban from 9 p.m. to 7 a.m. At the August briefing last year, Council considered 3 options for the alcohol ban. 1 was to retain the current bylaw with complex hours. 2 was introducing a consistent nightly ban. Or 3 was moving to a 24/7 ban. Council indicated a preference for the nightly ban. Given the limited evidence available at the time and following advice from the regulation team, staff prepared the draft bylaw on the basis of a consistent nightly ban, which was then reviewed by legal. This was seen as a practical compromise that also aligned with police feedback. Some other points following legal advice was to include a potential temporary alcohol ban, where council can put a temporary alcohol ban in place for short-term events, and these can last up to 7 days. We also included further guidance for bylaw exemption for special events. The main change here was including criteria that the chief executive would consider when considering an application for exemption. We have also provided more detail that allows police to use additional search powers, such as searching containers or vehicles without further notice, during specified dates or events. To enable police to use these powers in our district, the bylaw must specifically authorise it in the temporary alcohol ban areas. These powers are useful where large crowds are expected and police may need to quickly search and seize alcohol. A public notice is required at least 14 days before these powers can be used. Police have also identified the Ohopea Tavern car park area as a location where people are gathering to drink before and after closing time, and have advised that including this space in the alcohol ban would help address that issue. Any questions?
Councillor Whittaker?
I just have one. It's about that Ohopea Tavern car park. Is that actually the car park in front of the tavern, or does it mean the car parking where the hall is?
So at the moment, where the hall is in the alcohol ban, but that little car park in front of the tavern, for some reason, isn't in it.
Okay, so
it's a bit of an anomaly.
you're able to actually bring in a regulation to have banning of alcohol there as well.
Because the car park in front of the tavern is a reserves car park. It's not part of the tavern premises,
Oh, okay.
so they don't have control over it.
Yep.
So that's what, it's been missed out. So it would be quite handy for police to be able to move people on after it's closed.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Emmink?
Thank you. Good morning, Waiki. Does it also, the CBD, the Heads and River Edge Park, does that also include Matatua Reserve? Because that is a very common place for people to consume alcohol. There's no map there, so I couldn't see. Yeah. On Midway Drive.
I can check. Sorry, I've got it up, but I can't quite.
We'll check.
No, sorry, it does include Muruwai Drive.
It does. Okay, thank you.
Councillor Boynton?
I was just asking, with the the Tavern Carport Park, does the business need to be notified, or do we have the ability to just do that without, and they see it in a public notice or something?
My understanding, because it's a reserve car park, they don't have any control over that car park. It's not part of their premise. So then, under the liquor licensing laws, it's very hard for us to get them to enforce that area because they have no control over it. So then this is another tool to try and do that. We would certainly probably discuss it with the owner and let them know. At the moment, it's just a free-for-all.
Councillor Dennis?
Thank you. Once again, disappointed there's no maps there, but if you go right down to page 10, it talks about the roads specifically identified in the Whakatane Central Business District. And then it mentions Hillcrest Road, the Heads and River Park. So they're not the only places in Whakatane. Have you got a blanket ban over the whole of the CBD? say from the end of the Strand to up to halfway along the Strand, or
It includes all of the Strand, right up to Pine Street that way,
okay,
and
so,
all the way down to the heads.
thank you. So is that a permanent ban? So no one ever is allowed to carry
Currently only during those hours, from Thursday to Monday.
Thursday to Monday? Why wouldn't we have it all the whole week all round from Monday through to Monday?
It's a good question. So you're saying going for a 24/7 prohibition around the CBD, is
That's
that
right.
correct? Yeah. So when we started developing the bylaws, we had limited evidence supporting like too many restrictions, and so when we went to council briefing, in the last briefing, we came up with these three options. We checked with legal, and legal advice was that we could move to a consistent nightly ban, which is more restrictions to what we currently have. We didn't check the 24/7 at the time because that was not an option, but we could look into the 24/7 in the CBD. But there is something that we have to bear in mind and we need to check, is that the bylaw needs to be able to align with the New Zealand Bill of Rights, and there's some sort of a proportionality test where you look at the objective you're trying to meet and the restriction you put in place. So to try to explain that, if the purpose of the council alcohol ban is public safety, so that's an objective that's valid. A total ban is not the least restrictive measures, so the night ban might be achieving the same outcome without being as restrictive. So that's what usually the courts or we need to keep in mind, like, can we achieve the same objective without imposing further restrictions? So that's the rationale why we haven't gone that far. We had limited evidence. I'm not saying we could not do it. There would be a few options that I'm happy to talk through if that's something that council would like us to do.
I just note that the current bill before Parliament of banning homelessness, and the comment made was that the police would be able to use their discretion. So to me, I would have thought we'd have a general ban throughout the whole centre of the business district, not just the Strand, the side streets and everyone, because you notice out here, when my wife wanted to go to the toilet out here with all the mattresses and the homeless out there, they were all drinking early in the morning. And so because we've only got the ban on the Strand, it limits the police to what they can do. Now, I appreciate that there's some place along the Strand where there's chairs and tables out there where they're drinking nicely, and that's where the discretion of the police will come in. But we're limiting the police powers to do anything with people down the side roads, people intimidating the members of the public by drinking in the morning. And I would have thought if we had a blanket ban in the whole central business district, that allows police to use their discretion to move people on.
It's a really good point. I'd be quite keen to hear people's view across the room.
Can I step in for a moment and just request the paper that the team will be bringing back when it comes to committee for approval to go out for consultation? The staff could certainly investigate including an option for this bylaw to consult on that possibility, provided it isn't in conflict with the Bill of Rights. So it would be helpful at this point just to see whether there is an appetite to have that in the paper for your approval to consult.
I think it's the same as the beach bylaw. We're banning vehicles off beaches, but there's no way we can enforce it. But the ban is there, so if you do get someone up the straits or down the coast who are absolutely dangerous, then the police can go and say, excuse me, the bylaw says you're not meant to be here. The people that behave, we don't tend to enforce it. And it'd be the same that we do with this, if we had that blanket ban right across the district.
So I think what I'm hearing is a request for a bit of an indication from councillors whether we want to see that presented as an option in the paper. Can I have a show of hands, people who just would like to see that as an option in the paper? That sounds like that's a yes, so, yep.
Can I just clarify? Yeah, the option, I was just about to get there. So there was the option to not do anything and remain as what's in the draft, which doesn't seem to be the solution, so we park that one. Then there's two other options. I guess the first one, which I think that Lenny was mentioning, which is probably the best one, is we leave what we currently have in the draft bylaw, and then we ask a question to the community when we consult about a 24/7 ban in the CBD. Depending on the feedback we get from the community, councillors can decide whether they want to include it or not. That's probably the option we're talking about. The other option would be, but it's subject to legal advice, is to actually include it now, if we can, in the draft bylaw itself, and consult on it as well. Yeah.
Mr Chairman, it depends which way you put questions as to which result you get. Now, you've seen all the councillors saying that they actually like to see that in it. Pardon? Well, it's
Yeah,
fine.
not all of them, but a
So
majority. Yep.
to then turn around and then say, we'll put as an option that we may put in, I think that's actually going against what you've seen here at the table, that the majority, sorry Tony, of the people have actually asked for it to be included.
I think
Well,
what
I'm
Harvey,
not sure that that's, the question I put was whether councillors would like to see it presented as an option, not that that's what, yeah.
but I think what Harvey needs to know now is whether to amend the draft bylaw for consultation with the change made in it, or to go out with the draft bylaw as it is presented in Stella that you currently have access to, but with an additional option to the community, because he will need to know today if he needs to change the draft bylaw for consultation. Yeah.
In which case, maybe I'll ask for a show of hands for option A, which is the go out as it's drafted with an additional option that we ask the community, or whether we amend the draft in the way that's been proposed. Do you understand the question? So show of hands for who prefers the draft as it's currently drafted, but with an additional option presented to the community for feedback on 24/7 ban. So show of hands for that. Let me restate that. We have two options in front of us. The first is that we go out to the community with the draft bylaw as drafted, but we ask the community the question, would you like to, the option of having a 24/7 alcohol ban?
In the CBD?
Yeah.
Just in the CBD?
Yeah.
It's a process. It's
Yeah.
sort of included now or included as an addition after, it's still going to get consultation.
As it's drafted, but that is an additional option, or that we amend the draft, so the draft bylaw that goes out for consultation includes a 24/7 ban in the CBD. Is that clear to people? Okay, so can I have a show of hands for the first option? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So it sounds like that's the indication, is that we'd prefer that.
Thank you, that's very
Madam?
helpful. We'll work on that.
Thank you. Councillor Isles?
Thank you. Harvey, on page 17 on the alcohol controlled areas, every town seems to be mentioned except for Waimana. Why would that be an exception? No, they don't.
At least there
The
was one that doesn't.
CBD area,
You never control it.
I'm not sure, we're not proposing any change to what's in the existing bylaw in terms of location.
so does that mean that you can do it to like in Waimana CBD? Is that what you're really saying? Because I mean, every other town, Taniatua, Murupara, Te Teko and Edgecombe, but no Waimana.
I'm not too sure what to respond. Can you clarify, can you repeat, please?
Waimana is the only town not included in the alcohol controlled areas. Taniatua is, Murupara, Te Teko and Edgecombe, but no Waimana. And Waimana has a CBD area as well.
Does anyone know any reason we couldn't just include Waimana?
If I could just add, there may be no evidence to support that it was needed in the first place, because all those other areas, there might have been crime, disorder, and evidence to support that, hey, we need to do something here, whereas Waimana, there just may not have been, or unreported anyway.
Would it make any difference to you and your team, Mike, if it were included? Would you like us to include it?
Well, I think just to be consistent, yes, it should be included. And I mean, there's a loophole in the law if it's not included, and some of our locals would be quick enough to point it out. So I think it should be there if it's been consistent with the other satellite towns.
Okay, if everyone is happy with that, we can include it. We'll just mention it as an additional change.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is that us on the alcohol bylaw?
Yep.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. We'll move now to the Ports and Wharves bylaw. And we'll have Mark Reid and Ayla Naidu joining us.
Thanks, Harvey. Through the chair, good morning, everyone. So I've got Mark with me to talk through the Ports and Wharves bylaw. So the purpose of this bylaw is to regulate and control all port structures owned by council. It covers things such like the use of the port structures, residing on vessels, navigation aids and berthage licences, etc. It's also read alongside the Maritime Transport Act. There is evidence to suggest this bylaw is required and it was mostly fit for purpose. Sorry. Initially, we had just proposed to make changes to this bylaw by bringing it into alignment with the Memorandum of Understanding signed with Regional Council. So following our legal advice, we have done that, and we've taken out all reference to water activities. We also received legal advice that it is unlikely Council will be liable if there are any incidents for people jumping off platforms. Enforcement is still a challenge. We can't do infringement fines, however we can charge service fees for things like overstaying on berthages and things like that. We've also included a notices section which sets out the remedial action that needs to be taken and the time limits to do so. We've made sure our consent conditions are reflected in the bylaw. We've also included Part 4, which clarifies how to apply for written permission. We've removed the ability to sublet or assign licences to ensure that it's a free process for all. And we've also included Section 164, which gives Council the ability to seize and impound vessels that are breaching the bylaw. Are there any questions for that one?
Councillor Wilson?
Yeah, with regards to the jumping on, at the wharfs and that, I mean, it is a major problem down here at the boat ramp. By setting it up the way we are, or wording it the way we are, we're not actually alleviating the problem down there, especially for boaties, are we? So, are we not putting, well, as much the swimmers, but the boaties at risk? Because, I mean, no one wants to be part of an accident down there.
Yeah, I think we've had this, obviously this discussion before, and it's an ongoing issue, and I think we're all aware of it. Just for clarification, I think the legislation is really clear that where jumping or swimming has a potential conflict with vessels, that sits firmly with the harbour master, and we've had those discussions with the harbour master about how we can mitigate some of that stuff. But in terms of enforcement or monitoring, of course we let them know through our own monitoring systems, through requests for service and stuff like that when there are things going on. We've also used a security company through the summer months, through the school holidays, because we had kids climbing over all sorts of stuff, trying to alleviate that. But there is no quick fix to fix the problem from council's perspective. And I know it's not really good enough to say it's a regional issue. We want to work collaboratively with them, and we reflect that in the MOU. But I don't think they nor us have a solution for it. So it's a bit of an ongoing monitoring and just working collaboratively with them to try and do the best we can to keep everybody safe.
Councillor Emmink?
Yeah, thank you. Morning, Ayla and Mark. Just following on from Councillor James. So is the harbour master employed by us or regional council?
Regional council.
So like the whole jumping scenario is changed now. The older boys, particularly, are now jumping off right outside the old Army Hall. And I'm receiving complaints from boat owners there. So, like, if it's part of his role, we know it's in summer, like, are we just going to accept that he'll keep an eye on it and that's it? Because the boaties are really worried. Damage to their vehicle, but also anything else.
Yeah, and it is becoming a widespread issue, and I think it's an interesting problem to grapple with, because you'll see through this bylaw review how we've taken legal advice and we understand where the liability lies now, whereas before that review we weren't sure if it was us or, and so we know now that as long as our stuff is maintained and in as good order, we're not liable. So that's a big tick. That doesn't alleviate what actually happens out there, and I get that too from boat owners who hire they have a licence to occupy and then they have kids climbing all over it. Apart from beefing up and resourcing security, because obviously we don't have resources in-house to do that, I think that is really the only option that we have moving forward, even if it was a seasonal thing. And look, I'm more than happy to work with our executive team on funding that sort of thing, but because it is a matter of time before somebody injures themselves, and then of course it becomes a real issue then. So I'm invested in trying to find solutions to it, but then the initial part is that liability has been removed from us, or it doesn't sit with us, so that's comforting. But yeah, pragmatically I want to try and find a solution. I don't really know what that is. I think it sits with a third-party security at this stage.
So it absolves us of any liability, although it's the harbour master's responsibility to monitor it or police it.
Well, yeah, and maybe we need to push back a little more, because I think it's not verbatim, but it's something like the legislation says that they're responsible for swimming when it's in conflict with boats or vessels. So potentially jumping off someone's vessel is that. So maybe we need to have more pointed conversations with the harbour master around that, and maybe get a collaborative plan of what we can do through the summer months to try and stem it. If we looked at the old bylaws that said you can't jump off our stuff, we got to a point where this is at least pragmatic, but it doesn't alleviate the problem that you're alluding to.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
Now, I've had an indication of questions from a couple of Councillor Isles and Councillor James. I'll just say that this discussion is around the bylaw, and what we're starting to get into is operational matters which are a bit outside the purview of this workshop. So if your questions relate to the bylaw, then let's proceed with them. But if it's getting further into operational, maybe we'll skip ahead, because we do have a few things to get through today. Councillor Isles?
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted the definition of platforms as opposed to structures. I mean, platforms are platforms, but there's other structures within the harbour scenario, isn't there? So does platforms really cover it?
Well, I mean, I'm not an English major, but, platform would be in addition to a structure, I guess. So that would be my reading of it.
Because, I mean, in the past, they've jumped off those big poles and what have you as well, haven't they?
Yeah.
So
That's a structure.
that's a structure, yeah. So would a structure be a better word in there than, say, platforms, or?
Eventually, I could take some advice on that.
Thanks, Mark.
Yeah.
Councillor James?
You're just probably getting a bit off the policy, but this does include Thornton and
Yeah, absolutely.
wharfs as well,
Yep.
all our wharfs.
Yeah, it refers to all our assets or words to that effect.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, we have major problems at
Yeah.
Thornton, and I
Yeah.
can see, I hope he becoming one with Wharfside there. But,
Yeah.
Councillor Hamill?
Thank you. I'd support Councillor Isles rewording to structures rather than platforms. We've got, obviously, the Whakatane Bridge is a big jumping structure. And my question was, are the new rails going to affect safety there? The proposed new rails?
On the bridge?
Correct.
Well, that sits with Transport and the Harbour Master, so I'll be honest with you, I can't answer that question. I just don't have the information to be able to answer that.
Thank you. Moving along. Is that thank you.
Thanks,
Kia
Mark.
ora.
Thanks, Mark. I'll just call up Nancy Elliott. And we'll be talking through the Keeping of Animals Bylaw. So the purpose of this bylaw is to regulate how animals are controlled and to ensure public safety and that they don't become a nuisance. It covers things like pigs, bees, poultry, nuisances, noise, odour, and roaming or wandering. There is evidence to suggest this bylaw is required and it is mostly fit for purpose. In the first briefing, we proposed to bring in stock movement into this bylaw, and I'll touch on that more next. But following that review, we won't be amalgamating that into this current bylaw. As mentioned previously, we've included a notices section. We've also had advice to include a general requirements section. So this includes things that can apply to all of the animals. Things such as keeping animals in a way that they're unlikely to cause nuisance, that they're not roaming, that they're not obstructing people or places, that they're kept in good conditions and do not damage property belonging to anyone else. We've also included a permit section that clarifies the process for applying for a permit and what happens if those permits. There's also a provision which references the Impounding Act, as councils can seize animals. However, animal welfare issues are usually referred to MPI, SPCA or the police. Any questions?
Councillor Oz?
Thank you, Mayor. Again, page 30, the stock movement bylaw overview. Your first bullet point, stock prohibited on roads during hours of darkness. So that's going to impact dairy farmers who move their herds, especially, through spring, autumn, when the hours of darkness encroach into their milking program. So how do they get around that one?
I think we're going to stock movement the next bylaw, so if we can answer that just after we cover this bylaw, thanks.
Councillor Dennis?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In regard to poultry, I'll just had it here, sorry, on page 8, 7.3. It talks about no poultry house or poultry run shall be erected or maintained so that any part of it is within 2 metres of a dwelling. We've changed that because I remember a few years ago that one of the people had a bit of problem with their neighbours, and it came down to you weren't allowed to be within 2 metres of the fence and you weren't allowed to be within 5 metres of another dwelling. Because if you do this, some houses these days quite often are within 1.5 metres or 2 metres, So you can say that you would have to live with poultry just 2 metres away from your window. Why have we changed it?
I don't recall the change from 5 metres to 2 metres. I know that there's probably a difference between the urban and rural rules in that aspect. We're solely focusing on urban rules here. And in terms of the 2 metres, I'd have to have a look into that a little bit deeper to find out
It used to be
that.
2 metres from the fence, and it used to be 5 metres from a dwelling.
Okay,
And I can prove that.
okay. I can go back and have a look
Two
at that.
metres from a dwelling is nothing. You might as well put the poultry in your house. It's especially in the morning when the chooks are calling for their boss to come and feed them. It is extremely noisy. I'd like to see that change, please.
So you'll do some further work on that and...
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you.
I'll have a look.
So if we are not proposing a change and the bylaw remains what it is, which is what you've seen in red, do you want a change to be done to the draft bylaw to reflect what you've said? Yes.
Yeah, I'd like to see it 5 metres from a dwelling and 2 metres from the fence.
Okay, thank you.
So
Because I
just
know it's like that
to clarify,
2
the
years ago.
instruction for staff is to amend the draft for consultation similar to last time, or is it to keep it and then ask a question for the community? Would they like that range to be extended from 2 to 5?
Oh, it's a bit harsh.
I'd like to see it amended for the draft because I know personally it's extremely noisy. I've got chook runs all around me.
So, sounds like there's there's a few different views. Again, if we go back to the same procedure as last time and say there's a couple of there's actually 3 options in front of us. One is to just leave it as it is. The second is to leave it as it is, but to ask the community whether to amend it in the way that's been proposed. And the third option is to just amend the draft as has been proposed and go out for consultation on that. So I'm just going to... and it actually does come to a question I had, which is because reminding councillors that we can submit feedback on these draft bylaws by email following this workshop before it comes back to the Strategy and Policy Committee. And my question was going to be, if someone proposes a change, and this is an example of it, someone proposes a change where there's no indication of whether other councillors support it, how would that be treated when it comes back to the committee? Because we'll have a recommendation or resolution to approve the draft. Will then there be the option to go through proposed changes as we go through the paper in the committee? Is that how that will work?
Yes, obviously the fewer of those the better, that's why we're doing today, but this committee will still have the option to, in the debate, determine whether you'd like to make a change to the draft bylaw before it goes to consultation at that stage.
Because also I'm thinking that where we've got new proposals put before us, actually we might want to think about it a bit before we decide how we want to treat that, right? Like this is an example. I actually probably want to think about that a little bit rather than make a decision on the hoof.
Yes.
So perhaps this is, for this particular matter, that could come back to the committee as a couple of options proposed and we can decide at that stage.
Can I just point out an example?
I'd rather not, because I think we understand the point that you're making, and it's just that members want a bit of time to think about how to treat it. So if you're happy with saying it'll come back to when it comes back to the Strategy and Policy Committee, there'll be a couple of options presented to either amend the draft or present it as an alternative option to the public. But either way, we'll come back to it. We're not going to lose the point, but just give us a bit of time to think about how we want to treat it.
All I wanted to say, sir, is that Julie Jukes was probably more than 2 metres away from me. So just think about someone sleeping in a house and a chook run being as close as that is. It's quite... Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. If councillors happy with that way of moving forward? Councillor Howells?
Again, you're allowed to keep up to 12 poultry, right, in urban whakatane. So again, that would probably hamper some dear old lady who wants to only keep 2 hens. So again, it comes down to the number of poultry.
Okay. Councillor Boynton?
Thank you, Mr Chair. Mayor, I just wanted to hear from Harvey, because he's been, looks like he's wanting to
Okay, thank you.
if that's okay.
Thank you. I just wanted to clarify. So the Strategy and Policy Committee will be on the 26th of March, and we're intending to consult in April. So the time frame to implement any change on the draft bylaws, but also, FAQs, statement of proposal, will be very tight. So I do appreciate that some question may not be able to be answered today, which is okay. But the earlier we know, the better, so we can be prepared. Otherwise, it might be very hard to go with our current time frame.
Okay, thank you for that. So we'll try and minimise the number of times we do this. So if everyone's happy with that as a way forward, we'll keep moving.
Awesome. Thanks, Nancy. I'll just invite Annalisa to talk through the stock movement bylaw. So the purpose of this bylaw is to regulate the movement of stock on or across public roads under the control of council, and it's made pursuant to the Land Transport Act rather than the Local Government Act. It covers things like stock prohibited, stock that are permitted, and stock that are controlled. So there's a 3-tiered regulatory model within the bylaw. It also covers stock permits, underpasses, inspections, damage to road, and the permit process. And there's just a correction to that slide. It should say $1,000 rather than $20,000.
Good morning, councillors. Also, if I can just add, just to really enhance the purpose of this bylaw, it's, like Ayla mentioned, it's around regulating the movement of stock, but mostly in regards to providing clarity and education to stock movers. It's not so much about enforcement. We want to work with stock movers to make sure that they can carry out their work safely so that they're meeting their obligations under the Health and Safety at Work Act, and we can be sure that we're meeting our obligations under the Health and Safety at Work Act as a road controlling authority. Just wanted to enhance that objective.
Thank you. Councillor Isles?
Thank you, Mayor. Annie, can I ask that question of you then? The first bullet point on page 17, which is stock prohibited on roads during hours of darkness. That's going to impact dairy farmers moving stock across.
Yeah, so in terms of the permitted activities, moving stock in the hours of darkness is not what would be classified as a permitted activity that stock movers can just go ahead and do. But it is something that if it is a requirement for their farm operations, that would be part of their permit application, and we could talk with them about how they can do their operations safely so that their stock and the road users can be safe.
So does that already exist now, that they have to have a permit?
Well, at the moment, we don't have a stock movement bylaw, so it's quite a grey area when it comes to issues being raised, because if there's a risk to themselves, their workers, or the public, there is issues around the Health and Safety at Work Act. So like I said, this is about trying to really provide that clarity on how those activities can work. With the new bylaw in place to where farmers need to move stock in the hours of darkness, we would be wanting to work with them around permitting that activity and knowing how they're doing that safely.
One more, if I may. Thanks, Annie. In the second to last bullet point, there is the damage to the road / recovery costs.
Yes, so again, that's around being reasonable and pragmatic around making sure that activities are carried out to minimise damage to the road. And like was sort of talked about earlier and some of the other things, it's not about coming down hard on enforcement, it's about working with the farmers to come up with ways that they can minimise damage to the road. We've had some recent examples of that with some farmers in the Waimana area where we were having issues on the road, but we worked with them to find ways that they could minimise that mud. We worked with them around licences to occupy and improving their stock crossings, and that sort of is what we're trying to achieve by that. There is already facilities for us to recover damage made to roads through our fees and charges and the Land Transport Act. So there's nothing new being introduced there. Again, it's just about providing that clarity and education and a process for us to work with them.
I just wondered, I thought that's where that's has probably arisen out of that particular issue in Waimana. But that would be one of at least 12 farmers that cross the road in Waimana alone. And of course, you go out to Galatea, Mirapara and beyond, they're crossing the roads, and in Galatea in particular, there's even a bigger issue. But I don't,
So
I just hate to think that it's a one-off.
No, definitely not. This has not come about because of one particular issue. We do get a number of complaints and issues arising where there's, the stock crossing movements aren't happening in the best way that they could. And so this bylaw is about putting in place some really good clarity around what those expectations are.
Yeah, okay. All right. I just hope it is for best purposes.
We'll certainly be doing really targeted feedback with like the Federated Farmers communities and that sort of thing, because we want their feedback on how this can work for all parties. But like I say, the road is there for a multitude of reasons, and we want to make sure that all those users have safe and accessible ability to
Councillor
use
Boynton?
it.
Okay.
It was really just checking in to seeing as, they've worked through before with different farmers and that when they're looking for solutions. Do they have input into the development of the bylaw?
So the draft bylaws mostly come from other, research on what other councils have in place. So it's very similar to stock movement bylaws that you'll see in a number of other local authorities. But now that we're going out for public consultation, this is where we really want their input. So there has been input along the way because those other bylaws that are in place will have had public consultation. So this is a chance for us to have more targeted consultation with our local farmers.
I was just, more concerned about locally rather than the research.
No, that's what this next step is about. It's about finding out what the local farmers think about what's been proposed and how it's going to work for them and for all other roads.
Thank you.
Councillor James?
Is there a cost to farmers if it were to go to a permit requirement?
I'm not sure if I've got it in front of me. There was probably a minor administration charge associated with it, but I wouldn't see it as being a hefty cost. It would just be around typical cost recovery like most other council services.
Councillor
But I can
James?
clarify.
There are other districts in New Zealand that don't, I don't know whether you call it a ban, but they don't allow stock movement at all on their roads. Have we considered that at all?
No, I don't think that would be something that we'd be wanting to consider. The farming community is a really important aspect of our local economy, and a lot of farms do straddle across roads, so there's always going to be a need for stock to cross the roads. There's not an issue of stock crossing the roads, it's just making sure that it's done safely and that it's not causing undue damage to roads that then the wider ratepayers have to fund to repair.
There's two, but we're talking about two different things, because stock crossing the road is completely different to a whole herd going kilometres down the road to a winter grazing block. And these days, the last 20 years or more, it's been my experience that stock on roads and modern motorists aren't a good mix. And a lot of people just don't know how to deal with stock on roads now, so or are we better off just to, most farmers truck them now anyway, but not all.
So I'm not too sure if I know the question you're asking there, but majority of the movements are stock crossing. We do have some stock droving, but it is much less frequent. This stock movement bylaw will cover both of those aspects, but like I say, it's not a consideration of us to prohibit stock movement in either crossing or droving. It's just about making sure that it can happen safely and without undue damage.
Councillor Dennis?
I know a while ago there was a big move for getting farmers to lay out tarps across the road when the stock crossed. I didn't quite see that in there, but did that ever work properly?
Oh, I can't really comment on that. I haven't had much experience. But no, the bylaw is not prescriptive around how they must mitigate that damage and do the activity safely. It's just about specifying what the outcomes and objectives are that we want to achieve, and then working with farmers they're the experts in that field to come up with how they can do those
I
movements.
know at our way
best.
there were a few and they seem to work really well, because my fear would be that if we insist they clean the road and they use water blasters, wouldn't that damage your surface of your road?
Yeah. Again, there's no insistence of us telling them to water blast or clean the surface. It's around what we want to see at the end of a stock crossing movement or through the process of it, and working with the farmers for them to describe how they can best manage that.
But yet we're insisting that there's no cow muck left on the road.
We want the road to be left in a clean, relatively clean state.
Thank
It is
you.
still a road. It's never going to be perfectly clean, but we don't want big slick thicks of mud where people could lose control and it causes significant damage to the road.
Thank you.
Right, thank you. Seems to be us finished with that. Thank you.
Thank you.
And the last item is the dog control bylaw.
We've got Elliot from our team joining us, and Nancy.
Morning, Council. And I'd just like to preface at the start, I apologize for not having the maps available already with the bylaw, but I just want to acknowledge the hard work that GIS team has done to review those maps, and for the dog control, it's a significant amount, carrying all the areas and all the different areas under dog exercise areas, restricted areas and prohibited areas. So I just want to say a big thank you to them so far for all the work that they've done. With the dog control bylaw overview, there's a few things that go into it. There's the Dog Control Act, that kind of sets the national framework of the legislation. The dog control policy, which all councils must have, and then the dog control bylaw. So the bylaw creates the enforceability of local rules that give effect to the dog control policy in order to regulate dog behaviour and owners' responsibilities. And so the purpose that we have the dog control bylaw is to regulate the control of dogs, to not cause danger, distress or nuisance to the community. So far we've assessed that the bylaw is an effective tool used by the animal control officers, and they clarify the expectations that promote safety through the rules outlined. With our key consultation focus, so yes, our assessment was that the bylaw that is required is still fit for purpose. We are reviewing the maps, as I mentioned, and that's to provide, further clarity for our communities, just to be more, to provide as much information as we can and make that information as accessible as possible so that people are aware, and that's promoting responsible dog ownership in one instance. So with the changes of the bylaws, we are proposing that one change to be consulted on, and that's introducing the urban limit of 2 dogs on an urban residential property of greater than 3 months, and that aims to reduce the risk of dog attacks, intimidation, noise and nuisance, welfare, and managing stray populations, so upholding or focusing on the purpose of the Act. And then the staff, we will also be seeking community input on other specific considered changes, and so allowing dogs to be permitted within the CBD at all times on lead and leash. So when we present that to the public in consultation, there will be options of maintaining the current rules, which is between 9 a.m. and 5 p.m. dogs are restricted from the CBD. Otherwise, outside of those hours, they must be on a lead, or allowing dogs to be permitted 24/7 as long as they're on a lead, or no, prohibit them from being in the CBD altogether 24/7. The second one is then looking at prohibiting dogs from specific Ohope beach areas or popular spots, so west end to Whakatane Surf Club, as well as outside the Ohope top 10 during set times, 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. during the peak seasons of visitors during summer, so 20th of December to February the 28th. And again, when we present those options in consultation, there are going to be presented a range of options, as in maintaining the current or the status quo, looking to have full prohibition of the dogs during those set times as specified, or third, having like a restricted area where dogs must be on a lead in those areas between those set times. So that's what we will consult on with those. And now for any questions.
Councillor Jukes.
Thank you. So can I just clarify, from what I'm hearing is that the consultation document will clearly go out saying you have the option of the existing bylaw, which is no dogs in the CBD 9 to 5, no dogs at all in the CBD, or dogs anytime in the CBD. It would have those three options. Is that what I'm hearing?
Yes, those three options. And with the third option, with them in the city, they have to be on lead or a leash and or, maintain the other rules around, say, muzzles and things.
I'm probably, I don't want dogs in the CBD for various reasons. But I'm well, for lots of reasons. If you're a retailer, you don't want to have dogs coming through the CBD because of the damage that they do to your property that's out on the street. But anyway, I'm happy for it to go to consultation to get the community's views on that, because that's my personal view. That may not be everybody else's view. I'm curious to know where this restriction in Awakeri Beach has come from. Have we had complaints about dogs in that busy period? It's just that, I've continually walked dogs during that busy period, and most of the people on the beach are dog walkers. So are we getting a lot of complaints to have to bring in a restriction? There's just so few dog walking exercise areas, and that's the most popular spot is going, and it's where I go all the time when the dog is from the car park opposite Beach Point down to West End with the dog and back. So I'm just wondering, why are we bringing in a restriction?
Thank you for the question. There has been incidences just in the past summer as well that we've kind of noted, and as you're well aware, I think we're having a bit of a national crisis in terms of dogs' behaviours. And I think we thought that it would be a really good idea to consult on whether or not it was a good idea to have those dogs allowed on the beach, specifically without being on lead. And while I understand there are limited areas for dog exercise, we did have a few issues this summer. And funnily enough, they don't always come to council as complaints. We often see them on Facebook, which is quite unhelpful. But I think to mitigate some of those risks, we did think that it would be a good idea to limit the amount of dogs on the beach during those times.
Councillor Whittaker.
Thank you. So just to clarify this one on West End to the surf club, does that mean a total ban, or is there going to be a time limit?
So we talked about from 9 to 5. But that being said, we could also consult on allowing dogs on lead, just to have that control.
Okay.
It is a very busy beach, and there are also children. And even, not everybody's a dog lover. Not everybody loves dogs bounding up to them. So we thought that if we could consult even on just having a lead at least.
Okay, yep.
And it's only during peak seasons.
Okay.
So we are looking for we are consulting only from 20 December to February 28. The restriction would only apply at that period of time. So outside of the busy season, they would be allowed.
Thank you.
And to clarify, we are only making one big change, I guess, to the draft bylaw, which is introducing urban limit of 2 dogs on urban residential property. And the 2 other questions are, we're not making the change to the bylaw, but we want to hear from the community, and depending on what the community says, it will be for the council to decide if they wish to include it or not in the bylaw.
Thank you. Councillor Isles.
Thank you, Mayor. have we got, or we would have, an indication of how many urban residents actually own more than 2 dogs at present? So we'd know what the impact is going to be on that bylaw, right?
I can get back to you on those numbers. I don't have them off the top of my head. But we do frequently deal with households with 5 and 6 dogs. And often if they're siblings, they cause extra problems.
Right, fair comment. Okay, and the other one was allowing dogs to be permitted in the CBD. God, there's dogs in the CBD every day of the week. And I mean, there's shops that actually cater for dogs in the way of water bowls and what have you. So, you know, it's obviously not being policed or it hasn't been enforced.
It actually works perfectly as it is. People, out-of-towners bring in their dogs because they don't know otherwise. It's just kind of thing, I don't know, leave it as it is. But I was going to say something else.
Well, before you do, because I'll put you on the speaking order, Councillor Dennis.
Thank you. In regard to no dogs on Hopi Beach, like I'm over there quite often at Christmas with the grandchildren. There's not that many people there. And the dogs that are wandering through, a lot of them are on leads. There are some not. But I wonder if we're using a sledgehammer to put an attack, because I would have thought the first step would be the bylaw means you have to have dogs on a leash on a beach. If you've got a dog on a leash on the beach, you can go through the biggest crowd and you can keep them away from people. So I'd like to know the comments you've had or complaints you've had, is that about dogs not on a leash or dogs on a leash? Because I would have thought so I would like to have thought that we'd change that to dogs must be on a leash.
I'm happy with that. I think probably what's happened recently is whenever we do have issues with dogs, they're certainly not under control.
That's right. So instead of banning the dogs, I would have thought you'd have to say they have to be on a leash. And then, you know, people in the surf club, if they see a dog running around and annoying people, go and ring up council and come and get it.
Yes.
I've never seen a dog on a leash annoy people. I'm interested in the 2 dogs in an urban resident property with the amount of people around here that have hunting dogs, and quite often 3 or 4. So I see in there you're banning them more than 2, but then you actually say they can apply for a special licence. So is that in regard to that type of person with a pack of hunting dogs, that you must be able to not go to the front door without being annoyed by a dog? Because isn't that the law, that you've got to be able to access the front door without being having dogs rush up to you? I thought that was a law in New Zealand, that you have to have access to the front door.
Oh, I don't recall that. That could be something I look into, but I don't recall that. Often our animal control officers go very well guarded to prevent themselves from rushing dogs, especially walking onto somebody else's property.
Yep. But once again, unleashed dogs are what are in the news lately for having killed that lady.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
So, Councillor Morgan Rodney.
Yeah, I was just going to bring up that one about hunting dogs. You know, a big proportion of our people just within Aotearoa, you know, have a lot of hunting dogs, and you can go anywhere from 3 to 10 dogs, you know, running two packs or upcoming dogs. So yeah, I was a little bit concerned about that proposal on just limiting to 2 dogs, and you know, I realised that a lot of pack owners, you know, properly house and look after their dogs, and they're not a nuisance. We do have, however, the odd few around that probably spoil it for the rest. But yeah, I think it comes down to managing and policing how they retain and yeah.
Yeah, and I think the big part in establishing that urban limit is around, also there is the permission that people can have more than 2 dogs based on, say, permit from the ACOs that will assess that. So if people are being responsible dog ownerships and they are upholding that, like, you know, that's I guess the area that's not being targeted. It's those ones that well, not those ones, I should say. It's the ones that are sort of focusing around, again, that intimidation, noise, nuisance, welfare, and managing stray populations. If there's responsible dog ownerships that are, maintaining and accommodating to their dogs, because that's, a part of their lifestyle, then that's very different as well. But going through that process and having that process set up, it allows that to be managed and focused on as well.
And just to add to that, if people are still allowed to have more than 2 dogs without permit if they are outside of the urban limits. So if you're in a rural area, that wouldn't apply.
Yeah, and again, the GIS team is working extremely hard to have that information for us, so people are able to access that and understand where they lie, urban, not urban, and things like that, as well as then owners that currently have registered dogs and they have more than 2 registered dogs. It makes it easier for the control team and the ACOs to recognise who currently has more than 2 dogs, so that is, can be organised and sorted ahead of any implementation.
The speaker order I have is Councillor Jukes, or Deputy Mayor Jukes, Councillor Hamill and Councillor Boynton. So, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, and apologies, David and I do have to head off very shortly. We've got a council business down in Wellington. We have to catch a flight. I just wanted to say that, and this is just purely for consideration as to potential win-win sort of scenario in dogs in the CBD, is that people do really like to take their dog to cafes outdoor, as do I. So there's potential to still not have them in the CBD between 9 and 5, but the mapped area, you could easily start it from, I think it's like Richardson Street down, so that would allow Robert Harris. You could start it from, Poppies down this way, so that would allow them to take dogs to Poppies coming from, that angle around, and other cafes in town don't have outdoor seating, so, no, not out on the street. Cafe Coco? Well, anyway, I'm saying that there are maybe potential options to get ones that, do have the dogs in the CBD by slightly adjusting the map. It doesn't have to necessarily be, all the Strand. Anyway, something to consider.
Thank you. Councillor Hamill?
Thank you. I think there'll be some really good community feedback about this bylaw. I think the limitation on the number of dogs is really a useful one to bring in. I wonder if we could put a clause in there or specifically for exceptions, and that's for SPCAs and shelters and vet clinics. I don't know if they would, and I see that in other bylaws for other councils, that they've just put an exception that shelters and SPCAs, possibly you would include fosterers, and that shouldn't have to apply for an exception. The other point is the time limit. A lot of other councils will have a time limit for the limitation of the number of dogs, so you could have more than 2 dogs for up to 30 days. And so that allows for seasonal visitors and we are a seasonal destination. So I would support that, and you can just check other councils what they're wording for that, just a clause so that people don't have to apply specifically. And some other councils also have, because we're talking about 2 different things, one is nuisance and the other is danger, I guess, or menacing dogs. So the nuisance dogs, sometimes when we want a permit, we would inquire about neighbours' perception, because that's probably one of the biggest things for councils. So do we want to include something for you to help with enforcement about requiring a neighbour's consent or permission over a certain number of animals? Because we do have lots of people who would have 4 or 5 animals. That's something that could be considered, but also could make things more complicated. I think they're not really questions, they're just comments.
No, thank you. Those are helpful comments, I think.
Can we just get an indication, those first 2, the exceptions for the shelters and for seasonality, would there be a general acceptance for it to put those in the draft before it goes for consultation?
See, there wouldn't be an exception for seasonality. That would be in a clause up to 30 days. You wouldn't expect people to apply for a permit.
So a
exception
short
for
term, okay. Is there general acceptance the staff add those two aspects in?
Just re-go there what you want to add, please.
So there were going to be, within the clause around the urban limit, there was going to be a 30-day grace period, essentially, that if it were only for 30 days or under, you wouldn't need to apply for a permit, and that residential properties classified as shelters or operating as a shelter would be exempt.
Well, I have a question on that. Why wouldn't you just say apply for a permit, and then you just obviously that the reason you'd apply is that you're a shelter or whatever, why would you just say, because it seems to me if you don't apply, then it makes it more complicated, because then you get, I'm a shelter, if it's just, you just apply, but that's the criteria that you'd be approved.
Yeah, good point. It's just a bit more paperwork, and that's just what I've looked at other councils, they just exempt.
Yeah.
They don't have to do that. It's pretty clear. You're going to have more than,
Okay, yeah. I mean, I'm pretty relaxed about it myself, I think. Okay, we happy? Do you, sorry.
On that one, but it is important that before we close the session that we hear from council a general feeling around those 3 items on the slide right now. So in terms of, as it currently is drafted, that urban limit is in there. And then those other 2 are to be treated as additional questions for community consultation. So really, we just want a sense that there's no strong resistance to that before the paper comes back to the committee.
Okay, so I'll test that with everyone. Before I do, I'm just going to, Councillor Boynton had indicated wanting to speak, so I'll just give you the opportunity.
I just really had questions around weighing up the cost factor for the council, and in terms of if we have changes where people have to apply for permits, is there an increased administration process that's involved? But that also makes me think about the position of whānau and their ability to either navigate or be educated or to know about the changes and the processes needed to apply, and how that may affect whānau who may not be in a position to go through the costs of applying. So I just wondered if, in part of putting forward these, the new bylaws or changes to the bylaws, if a kind of matrix of the cost on council, but, what impact is that for, what kind of cost would that be for someone who has to apply for permits now? That was...
Can I take that? Thank you. I suppose the way that we're looking at it is, it would be administratively a bit more heavy. And a lot of councils have a range of costs. Some of them are actually $0 to actually have a permit. It's basically just an awareness for us to be able to understand where these extra dogs are located. And with saying that, if we have an understanding of where they are, I think it's probably going to relieve a little bit of pressure off the animal control officers to be dealing with people that have numbers of dogs in the properties that are causing a nuisance and are a menace, where we're continually going back and we're dealing with enforcement on these dog owners that have too many dogs. Whereas I think if we could reduce the number of dogs on properties and have an awareness of where they actually are, it will be a great benefit and probably a cost savings at the end of the day in terms of sending our animal control officers out to attend these jobs constantly.
Okay, so that's a savings for the council? Are you saying?
It would be a savings in terms of, how do I say this? In terms of our animal control officers being focused on a lot of the nuisance dogs and reoccurring issues with the same family or with the same dog owners, we can reduce that and they can be focusing on other problems. Does that make sense?
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Oz.
Thanks, Mayor. Look, just again for clarification, introducing an urban limit of 2 dogs on an urban residential property, urban being Whakatane or Hopi. Am I right? It doesn't mean if you're urban in Mirupara or in Waimana or Te Teko, that's rural, right?
Though currently under GIS and the district planning, a lot of those areas have urban areas within the rural settlement. So that's what we're establishing is what's based in the district plan and current, and then creating that. So places like Te Teko and Murupara and the likes, they still come under classification of urban residential zones.
So it's aligning with the district plans rule.
I mean, that can get really, really complex, can't it? I mean, you've got to refer basically to your district plan to see if you comply as to whether you're in an urban or rural setting in those satellite towns. Because, I mean, you've got, as Councillor Rimmick tried to indicate a little bit earlier, you've got your breeders or your puppy farms or whatever you want to call them that operate within our district. Where how do they fit in?
They would apply for a permit.
Can I, am I able to just point something out through the chair, is that the talking with the planning team around the district plan, because there's potential changes there, that's why we're establishing the mapping of the urban zones so that people can access that information. You know, that information is more accessible for people to use and understand. I want to point out a part on the urban limit too, being the age of 3 months. So with breeders, generally if they have their dogs, they will breed and then they will be released to the owner around 3 months. So that's in line as well with the Act. And around registration has to occur at 3 months because of that. So breeders may have more dogs and yes, they will need to apply for the permit, or we can look at what you raised earlier around, the likes of fosters, SPCAs and the likes of run limits. But I just wanted to point out those two facts and the work that we're trying to do to establish and make it accessible for people to understand as well.
I'll just remind people as well that we're putting a document out for consultation. We'll hear back from the community and that'll be an opportunity to really thrash through what are the actual issues, because we're kind of speculating a bit about where problems might arise. Carolyn?
Thank you. Would the permit be indefinite? Do we need to clarify the length of time of a permit?
So based on looking at the other councils and their process, it's an application every year to renew that application or permit for the dog, above 2.
Right, Councillor O'Brien?
I'm with Andrew. I think we're heading into a bit of trouble as far as urban and rural areas, because our people at home are pig hunters. They live within Te Teko, and we're going to run into a few problems. Well, we can leave that to consultation, but yeah.
I think I can safely say that our hunters and our farmers will be excluded.
Could you clarify that?
Well, we would have to have a discussion around what hunting dogs look like, or what, I mean, obviously farm dogs, they are required to operate a farm, and I mean, let's face it, some of these stations have upwards of 50 dogs and more. In terms of hunting dogs, and we realize that actually feeds whānau, that we could have a look at that. And I think there was a discussion around kiwi aversion training alongside that to ensure that our kiwi were protected as well.
I've got some a bit more confused now. I mean, I would have thought farm dogs would intrinsically be rural. They wouldn't be in an urban environment. But I think if you've got someone who's a hunter who lives in an urban environment and has a number of dogs, I don't understand how that doesn't apply to them. Because how would you define, unless they're applying for a permit and therefore identifying themselves as a hunter, I'm not sure how they would be exempt.
I suppose that's something that we would need to look into to gain appropriate knowledge of what hunting dogs are, because everybody can say that they have a hunting dog at the end of the day.
Exactly.
Yes.
Okay. Councillor Dennis?
In regard to that, I thought when I read through the bylaw that there's an allowance for people to apply for a permit to keep more dogs, but that there are several conditions on, and the property would be inspected, and the conditions they'd be locked up and all that sort of stuff. So I thought there was already provision in that. In regard to taking our a poll on what we think of this. I'd like to do it separately because I agree with the first two, but I disagree with that prohibiting people on the beach that are happy walking their dogs. It has to have on a leash. Thank you.
Okay, so thank you for that. Can I just say, I think some of the questions are diving into a bit of detail, and we can probably come back and thrash through exactly how some of the elements of it might work after hearing some general feedback from the community. So I'm going to propose that we move ahead. Are you going to be difficult?
Can I just ask a last question?
Yeah.
I think Nancy was going to ask, we've got some mixed feedback, I think I can say, around the urban limit. So there's maybe another option that we would like to hear now. Go ahead.
Should we remove the urban limit, the 2-dog limit altogether?
So I was just about to go through and test the questions. So the first question is, and I understand the way this is currently being proposed, is that the first item on the urban limit of 2 dogs is suggested to be included in the draft bylaw for consultation, and then the other 2 bullet points were going to be kind of current bylaw, but these are items for consultation that could be included. That's how I understand that's being structured. So the first question, and so I come back to the point just made, are we happy for the first bullet point, which is introducing an urban limit of 2 dogs on an urban residential property, including the suggestion of a 30-day grace period, and with the provision for anyone to apply for a permit for more dogs if they're able to satisfy certain criteria? And the question of whether that's an annual permit, I suppose we can come back to as well, because that's a detail I think we can address, but the general principle, could I have a show of hands maybe to indicate we're happy to go forward on that basis? Yeah. And so, show of hands for people who don't agree with that. So it's kind of split, in which case maybe can we come back with those 2 as options in the paper, and we can determine by majority vote when it comes back to the committee? Okay, thank you for that. Then allowing dogs to be permitted, so being put as an option, allowing dogs to be permitted within the CBD at all times on a leash only, and in fact what we heard, that there was 3 options going to be put to the community. No dogs in the CBD, dogs in the CBD except for within certain times between 9 a.m. and 5 p.m, or dogs permitted at all times on a leash. People happy to move forward with that as options being put to the community? Okay. And the last one, prohibiting dogs from specific Ohipe beach areas, West End to Whakatane Surf Club, and outside the top 10, 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. during peak seasons, 20th of December to February 28th. And this was going to be that they would only be allowed, there's a suggestion that they be allowed on a leash only during those times of year. Are we happy with that? Okay.
I wonder if for that one, it sounds like people have alternative ideas, such as on-leash, possibly even just a slightly different area which is just around the surf club where the swimming between the flags, or, there might be other alternatives there. So I think perhaps what we could do is take away and bring back to the committee 3 or 4 different ways that could be posed as a question to the community, and the committee could still then decide not to include it at all. Yeah. But we just get a little bit more refined on exactly what we're asking of the community, and we can just put those up for ideas at the committee meeting. Harvey, you've got a comment?
Yeah, similar to before, it's going to be very tight to include any changes, if there were changes, between the committee and going out for consultation. I'm a bit concerned about that.
I accept that, but I think what I'm hearing from the council today is that it won't actually affect the draft bylaw, it would only affect consultation materials. So I think we do have sufficient flexibility there to be able to have that conversation at the committee meeting.
Councillor Emming?
Yeah, thanks. I think it's worth asking the people who aren't in favour of it, is any option going to still change their mind? Like for me, I just think the beach should be available with dogs off the lead, with the under control sort of thing. So it doesn't matter what you put in there, I'm probably still going to want to run my dog on the beach.
In which case, if we pose the question another way, that could save some time, which is if there is a strong majority now not to include anything in consultation about Ohope Beach and any changes, then we can take that away, but that's
Well, my
up to
feeling was
you.
that there was not a strong majority. There was my sense of it was there was a minority of councillors who maybe took that position. I don't think we need a multitude of options. My view is that the option is either have no restriction or have a restriction that they be on leash only in those times. That was my sense of the move.
Can I ask one question?
Yeah, please.
Does this only apply to the beach at the front end, on the northern end? What about the harbour?
It is the north.
This is just
anyway.
west end to the surf club and outside
So
the...
what about the harbour? What are the restrictions on the harbour? I mean, that'll drive people across to the harbour to run their dogs without leashes if they've been restricted. And so what does that mean for the people on the harbour?
We
have to
will
consider that as well.
Yeah, we are looking at the dog areas as a whole, so we'll take that into consideration with the maps and have a look at that as well and come back to you.
And I'll make the point that this is only a small part of that beach. Actually, the bulk of the beach at Ohope is still open, even with these restrictions to people to run their dogs without leashes. So I think we've got to where something that will come back to the committee and we'll make a final decision at the committee. Is people happy with that? As we said, any other feedback can go through by email for consideration to if it needs to be brought before the committee. You got enough to go on? Cool. Let's bring it into this item.
Just a reminder, that's an email to me, just copying Harvey, please. Thank you.
Great. Let's have a morning tea break for 15 minutes.
Thank you, Chief.
Thank you, everyone. Yeah.
Kia ora koutou, Mayor and councillors. You have to shift your focus now from bylaws to the nitty-gritty to kind of high-level strategic thinking, but I'm sure that won't be too much of a problem. So today
Sorry to interrupt through you, the chair. Can you just all introduce yourself, because we've got new councillors that may not have met you before?
Sure.
Yeah, thanks.
So I'm Sarah Stewart, Manager of Strategy and Performance. Do you want to do?
Kia ora, I'm Sarah Ellis. I'm the team leader for strategy.
Kia ora, my name is Diane Bussey, and I'm going to be helping to deliver the long-term plan project for council.
And we also have Paul, who's going to talk about everything financial, and also Harvey and Annalise will be talking about the infrastructure strategy. So today we're just starting the journey for our 2027-37 long-term plan. It's going to be a bit of a long journey, 18 months process. And the aim of this briefing is to set the LTP context, start the conversation, and to get everyone thinking about some of the key things that will need to happen as part of the long-term plan process. So the purpose of today is to provide you with an overview of the LTP process, particularly for those elected members that may be new to this role and to this process. We'd also like to start the discussion on the strategic direction for the LTP. So within the LTP, there's an opportunity to review our strategic direction. So that's our community outcomes and our strategic priorities. And Sarah Ellis will be taking us through this in a minute. We'd also like to start the conversation on two of the key core strategies within the LTP. So the financial strategy, which is going to be a key driver this time around in our rates capping environment, and also the infrastructure strategy as well, which is also very important. And the last point on the bullet on the slide is that water is no longer part of this LTP. So that's a reminder that there will be a water services strategy that will be developed alongside this LTP.
So why is it not part of the long-term plan? Because it's still under our control. It doesn't move till possibly 2028, so they will still be rated for water services. So why will we not include it?
So it's not included as it needs its own separate water services strategy as part of the new water services legislation. So it needs to be removed but aligned. So.
But I appreciate that, but at the same time, people are still going to be paying rates. And I know the rate side of it is only a portion of a long-term plan, but because they're still paying rates for water, people will be wanting to know what they're paying their rates for and how much.
Correct. So I think...
and they will. There'll be a workshop coming through from Nick Johansson and his team, who are looking at, as Sarah said, doing the water services strategy alongside the LTP. They are separate, but they need to work together, and that information will go out to our communities in a way that makes it very clear that although the water rates will be separated from the general rates, they'll be able to see what the total will be.
Really, so even this year we'll have they'll get separately rated for the waters apart from that?
Not this year. From the 1st of July 2027, which is when the long-term plan will come into effect.
Thank you.
Okay. So a reminder about LTP or long-term planning. The long-term plan is the council's key strategic document. It's kind of the cornerstone of our whole planning framework. So the overall objective is to deliver an affordable and balanced budget to meet community needs now and in the future. So what does this actually mean? So it's a 10-year roadmap, and it sets out what we plan to do, why we plan to do it, how much it will cost, and who will pay. It also provides a commitment to our community, and it's adopted every 3 years following consultation with our community about what's important to them. So we also just wanted to flag that this is not a business as usual LTP. So usually the LTP is made up of, well, it was also always made up of various components that, and supporting information that is pieced together in a coherent manner. So this is often shown as a bit of a jigsaw, so everything nicely fits together. But it's really important to acknowledge that we are sort of operating in a new context or environment with lots of our local government reforms that are underway at the moment. So we have our rates capping, our wellbeings shifting to core services and waters and RMA reforms as well. So this slide is an attempt to illustrate that the jigsaw pieces don't really quite fit at the moment, and that we have, like it's shown there, an infrastructure strategy that will be a transport, mostly as transport strategy, and also a new water strategy that will sit alongside the LTP. And off to the side there we have the local government reforms, which are the most significant changes since 1989, which is when all of the boroughs, and you might remember all the boroughs and the, I think, drainage boards and harbour boards were restructured to become the district councils and the regional councils that we have today. So essentially this slide is just highlighting that there's a lot of uncertainty with reforms still in the proposal stages. So we have no concrete, well, we have some concrete legislation and some legislation that is still to come. So although we'll be as planned as we can, we will be and will be keeping up to date with all the changes as they unfold. I'm just highlighting that we need to be sort of agile and flexible as we move through the process. Okay, and with that I'll hand over to Sarah to talk, or to Diane, sorry, to talk about process.
I've got a new learning, which is how hard to push the microphone button. My name is Diane Bussey, and I'm Project Manager for LTP Project. So this is a rather confusing slide, but it indicates all the different components of the LTP. The red circle indicates where the focus we're starting to prepare now, which is around the council strategic direction setting, and Sarah Ellis will talk a bit more about that shortly. I wanted to just explain, we've already started some of the LTP preparation around environmental scans and other things. So what we're wanting to do is indicate that it's quite a long process, quite a long project schedule. However, all of these things fit together. But the items in the red circle, you can understand, is forms of a platform for a lot of the other work that we'll be doing. So it's important work that we'll do up front. The other thing is developing a detailed project schedule which underpins how we are going to produce all of these different components. And there's 7 phases that we've identified. This chart indicates they're all beautiful and linear. They won't be like that. They'll be quite cyclical and not quite lined up. And as Sarah Stewart mentioned, the development of the water service strategy will need to run alongside this work too. So very rough guidelines in terms of end of November is quite a pivotal point in the development of the LTP, where we will have strategic context, direction setting, key strategies, which is the financial strategy, infrastructure strategy, policies and plans pretty much nailed. So for now, the area again in the red circle is where we're focusing on. We're establishing the project and getting ready to have conversations with you about strategic direction.
I'll just interrupt to let councillors know that the detailed project plan that Diane is referring to with those milestones is coming to you next week at council meeting.
So next slide. So this one's just, Sarah Stewart's already mentioned the environment in which the 2027 LTP will be developed is quite a movable feast. But we also have a number of things happening within council in terms of our systems replacing, so Program Enterprise replacing our large ERP system, and also Gateway, which is a system that gives ability for us to log and monitor initiatives and projects which could form part of the LTP are both new systems. So we're very conscious that not only have we have external influences in the environment we're going to deliver the LTP, we also have some significant internal changes that we'll need to accommodate within the schedule, which adds a bit of challenge in terms of putting a detailed program together. The key thing is alignment, so making sure, for example, that the same assumptions are used by the water services strategy as the LTP does. So keeping things in tune and using the same information is going to be key. So we mentioned the detailed project plan. That will be how we're going to deliver the LTP. We were lucky enough to work through the lessons learned from the last LTP that was done in 2024 for the 2024-34, and we're incorporating those lessons learned from that LTP into this one. So we'll hopefully not be able to relearn those lessons again. We'll hopefully have them incorporated into the schedule, and probably that is it. I mean, the project management plan will be presented to you on the 4th of March, I believe, and we'll start building up underneath those components how we will go about doing that and share that with you as we go. That's me.
Thanks, Diane. So council direction setting is a pivotal aspect of the LTP and is an opportunity to make judgments about the council's role and identification of community needs. So the next 2 slides revisit our existing vision, our 4 community outcomes and our 5 strategic priorities. Council will need to consider early in the LTP development whether you wish to review these or continue with for another cycle. It's important to note that the legislation in Section 41A of the Local Government Act establishes that the Mayor has a role in leading the development of the LTP. So what is legislatively required for our community outcomes? So a long-term plan must describe these community outcomes for the district, and they should be relevant, meaningful and clearly articulated. Whilst it's mandatory for the long-term plan to include them, there's no obligation to review at every LTP. However, for this LTP, we will need to consider if the outcomes are consistent with the anticipated changes regarding the purpose of local government. So the legislative changes that were initially scheduled to be made at the end of 25 intend to redefine community outcomes, and I'm just going to take a moment to read what they will become. So previously they weren't defined. It was just community outcomes need to be in the LTP, but now there is an incoming definition. And so that will be, one moment, as I've lost my point, the outcomes that a local authority aims to achieve in meeting the current and future needs of communities for good quality, cost-effective and local infrastructure, public services and performance of regulatory functions. So this new definition aligns community outcomes directly with the purpose of local government. So what does this mean? It may mean that councils need to be more explicit in showing the links between the services they provide and the outcomes they are trying to achieve. Okay, the next slide is, so our strategic priorities. So these are our 5 strategic priorities, and these were firmed up at our last long-term plan, 24-34. Now, strategic priorities are not a legislative requirement, but they do help focus resources on the areas that make the greatest difference for our community. So these really help to link those community outcomes with that day-to-day service delivery, and they help guide decision making. You may recall from the last LTP, so these are the broad strategic priorities, and within that we had key areas of focus. So I'm just going to give an example from the first one, which is enhancing the safety, wellbeing and vibrancy of communities. So what we said we'll focus on is increased safety for people moving around the district, invest wisely in recreation, events in the arts, and then work with other agencies and community organisations. So when we think about reviewing our strategic priorities, it's also that focus that sits underneath that too. And the last slide here, that I'll be speaking to. So when considering whether to review our community outcomes and strategic priorities, we can also reflect on what the community's told us as well. And these themes here is what came through in the last LTP consultation. So we feel that, these are largely aligned with what we have, but you may wish to, it is an opportunity to review. And I seek, at this stage, we seek rather, any initial thoughts you may have.
My initial thought would be that that the list there is a bit of a grab bag of kind of what's on what's on top of people's heads at the time, and also voices in the community that we hear a lot from. And I suppose what it really says to me is that there's probably huge chunks of the community that we're not hearing from who've got concerns that aren't represented in our lists. That's always the problem for councils and for us as to how do we reach out to parts of the community that don't particularly talk to us. And I don't have any solutions for that, but I do think we need to be careful to not overemphasise the importance of the voices that we hear from all the time to the neglect of other voices that we don't hear from. Councillor Boynton.
Thank you for your presentation and also defining what the new sort of interpretation of what the Act is now. Would there be any sort of block if we didn't change some of the stuff that's in there, or would they say that where our LTP can't move forward if we don't adapt it or change our key strategic things? Is there you don't pass with your LTP if you don't change these things or put these things in? Is there anything like that?
That's a great question. The Act, to the best of my knowledge, and this is, we're still learning through this, is that it's not prescriptive in terms of how we define our community outcomes. Yes, it's aligning with that new purpose of local government, and this legislation has yet to be enacted. The Taituara guidance that has been prepared, which as staff we do rely on and use as we progress through this process, indicates, frames that this is coming, and so that we should be preparing in this environment. So when we look at the community outcomes, it's what you want for your community, and that's not changed.
Thank you. The one on the boat harbour, does that refer to the marina or does it refer to the whole river?
Can I jump in here? This was a specific interest for some members of our community back in, actually it was 2023 when we did the initial environment scan, and then it flowed through into 2024, where obviously that was a key project at the time. We would not expect this list to be the list that was generated were we to go out and repeat the exercise now.
Thank you. And just a second question. Around Sullivan Lake, it's obviously a very, very difficult sort of project which is ongoing, and I'm just wondering whether or not we take another look at that in some way as to how we can perhaps change that. I mean, from my point of view, I'd just about fill it in and leave it as a river. And you could manage it a lot easier by doing that,
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Emmond?
Thank you, Mr Chair. Good morning, everybody. Thanks for what we've got so far. I think there were two things I understood there. Do we want to kind of keep our priorities as we've got listed on the slide? Do we want to change the priorities? which we haven't had an opportunity to do yet within the governance team, which hopefully is coming up. And then the third thing is, it's probably not going to matter what you want, because the government wants you to align it to, their outcomes. They're basically going to tell us what we should or we shouldn't have in there. So it's a little bit of a mixed bag. I think idealistically, those priorities do fit well with us, but the financial pressures and the overall environmental scan of government is not going to let us enable them, because some of those risk factors or trivial factors, for government. So it's going to be a little bit tricky. I guess the question is, how much time do you think we should consider with having our own sort of strategy and goals versus what's going to be restricting us?
Could I just jump in there and suggest that there's a few slides coming up on the finances which will talk about a strategic approach, and come back to that at the end of that, because it just might frame an approach to do it.
All right.
And also, can I just add that I suppose the purpose of today is to get that initial thinking happening. We're not expecting you to, give us any direction particularly today, but just your initial thoughts would be useful. We will be coming back to you in, I'm forgetting now, March, April, to talk about strategic priorities again and community outcomes, along with an environmental scan that we will also present to you, and some of the significant assumptions that help drive the LTP. So today is just initial thoughts.
Councillor Dennis?
I'd like to see one added to that, and that would be affordability for the community, and as a key theme. Now, when you come to things like doing projects and Rexmoor Park and all that, affordability can be read two ways: whether or not the people can afford it, or the affordability would be that we actually need to do the basics now, because they'll be more unaffordable later. So it's not a negative thing, but it's something in there that would say to the people, we are actually considering, on balance, one side being whether people can afford the rates, and the other side whether we can afford not to do it.
Thank you. Just a couple of responses I'll make. The first one is, I think, Councillor, you raised an important point about how much we do compared to how much is kind of put on us. My own tendency is to think that we should set our own agenda as much as possible, and if we're forced to take a different path, so be it. But I think we should try and define our own way forward. In terms of the strategic outcomes and priorities, I think that the vision and the community outcomes that we articulated, which is those four things at the top there, I personally think that they're still in the right place, but I do think that our priorities do need to be addressed, and I think as governors we need to do that and sit down and go, what are our priorities? Because I agree with Councillor Dennis that affordability and being wise financial stewards is a really important priority that's probably come more to the fore recently, and I think we'd probably all collectively agree that that's something we need to really focus on. And there are other things that will have come to the fore, and probably some things which, not to say they're not important, but maybe we consider are not at the forefront of our priorities in the way they might have been in the past. So I think we do need to review these, particularly, as I say, in my view, the outcomes. So we'll have to have a think about how do we have that conversation, so that we can come. Because I think for me it's really important that as we make decisions into the specifics going through the LTP, that we've set our own thinking first, so that we've kind of gone where we're trying to go, and then we make sure our decisions align to where we said we want to go, rather than it just being kind of ad hoc and just bit by bit as we move through the process. So. Yeah. Councillor Hamill?
I tautoko that. I think it's really important for us as governors perhaps to workshop this. And I echo Councillor Dennis's thoughts. Do those, our vision reflect our current focus on financial prudence, pared back, mode of operation, that sort of thing? I don't see those reflected very well in those, even though I like them. And I don't think that's where we're headed.
Yeah, I agree. Okay, looks like no other comments at this stage.
Over to Paul.
Morena, Mayor and councillors. Just 4 slides on the finances. The first 2 are going to be a little bit what I will call traditional financial strategy approach, and then the next 2 I'm very keen to understand and get input from you about what I would call a little bit different way of approaching the financial strategy, given all the change we've got and the really good conversation that we've just had around affordability and still being able to deliver to the community. So just this first slide just talks about what is actually the requirement of the financial strategy. One is to support prudent financial management, which in effect is basically saying, we need to actually have a long-term sustainable financial plan for the council to be able to deliver what we say in our long-term plan. The second is around transparency, and I'll just flip to the next slide because it talks to a lot of the things that are a requirement legislatively of the financial strategy, and that's things like what are our rate increases and borrowing. Now, we don't know what that means when we're going to have a rates cap imposed, that we won't necessarily have the same conversation on setting the rates limits because they may be set for us, but we don't have that legislation in as yet. But assuming that that is the case, that will obviously change that component. Our ability to maintain levels of service within those limits, policies on borrowings, and objectives in terms of financial investments and equity, which in my view is quite an output-focused strategy as opposed to an input-focused strategy. So you do your long-term plan and it produces these numbers. What I'd like to just check in with you in terms of a different approach, which is, so currently what I'm talking about is a compliance document. So yes, it meets the legislation, and yes, the auditors will sign it off. But the other lens on this, particularly with the amount of change we've got, is that it is actually a key input into the long-term plan document. It therefore focuses on what is needed to be delivered to the community. It starts very much at the start of the process in terms of what we can actually afford and different ways that we can look to fund things to be able to potentially make that affordability more equitable, or what alternatives have we got. So that's really, I guess, a different way that what I've seen from a lot of councils' approach than in the past, where it's been we put all the projects together, the financial strategy is an output, suggesting that we treat it much more as an input. And I think it's really important with the level of change we've got that we actually maximise our financial opportunities first. So to that extent, this slide here is really trying to talk almost like a two-phased approach, which is the first approach to actually set up the bare bones of that financial strategy is looking at things like how do we maximise efficiency, how do we look at alternative funding, for example, how do we maximise our user fees relative to our rates, are there anything that we can do with other councils, or what opportunities have we got to reduce cost. So that is the first piece of work, and what that does is really gives us some high-level envelopes that we can then understand that we've got to actually to deliver in, and that considers affordability and what the impact of rates caps would be. And then the next phase of that process is very much around prioritisation once we know what we've got to work with. So establishing the financial parameters first, it will be circular in some ways, that there will be some back and forth, but a real focus on the development of that financial strategy as an input into our plan as opposed to an output into our plan. So just written the words down the bottom there, transition to 2029, which from the previous briefings that we've had on the rates caps, we don't quite know what that looks like, but I think it's a fair assumption that we do need to transition to a different environment by 2029. So that will be part of that strategy approach to that as well. Pause for questions and comments.
Councillor Emmink.
So basically, if you're a household,
Yeah, part of that strategy will be actually to seek to maximise what those opportunities would be in that alternative. So, for example, can we change the balance of user fees and increase the balance of user fees? And that might mean that our revenue and our envelopes actually change because we do something in that, but we understand what that is up front. But when I talk about it being a circular in some ways, is that there will be situations where we want to do something, we may need to go back and change things as we work through the process. But I guess what I'd like to do is minimise the iterations in some way by having some clarity of those financial envelopes early on in the piece.
And I think from past experience, the way we've been doing it's been wish list, practical list, and then budget list. Whereas we're going to start with the budget and come backwards. Would that be right?
Yeah, I guess the only reason I'm not saying definitively, I think there is a little bit of blurring around the edges of it, because, but I think it is worth recognising that we are going to be constrained in terms of, we're always constrained from affordability, but we will have most likely we will have a firm constraint in terms of, given to us. So I think starting with an understanding of what that is will help us work through the process.
All right, and just a last comment, really, the question. In the past, when we've been seeking funding, whether it's from different government agencies, it's actually cost us money to get the funding, and then we've ended up having to continue on paying because that was a one pot of cash. So I just think we just need to be a bit cautious about that, because often any external funding comes with fishhooks in it that we end up wearing later.
Malcolm?
Thank you, Paul. The difficult one there that I see is probably the aquatic centres, and for us to deliver what we're delivering now with a rates cap, is that going to be feasible, or is there going to have to be lots of changes?
Anything is feasible, but it's about prioritisation, and that's what we will need to work through in terms of how we balance what we need to spend across all of the activities that we produce. I think it will be challenging, but it will be challenging across all of our activities. So we need to work through that prioritisation, scaling and timing process as well, in terms of how we actually are able to do that. And then it's that conversation with the community about those options potentially that presents.
Can I jump in there and just say, alongside the prioritisation, within the LTP process, there is a level of service review that takes place. In our last LTP, we had a page in, I think, both the consultation but also the final document, which very clearly indicates to the community whether the level of service is likely to increase or be maintained. We didn't decrease the level of service last time around. It might happen this time. There is a very clear statement of service performance for each one of those groups of activities, and in fact the activities within them, that outlines what the community can expect in terms of how often the pool is open and the level of support and lifeguards they're going to have and so on. It's quite detailed what the community can expect, and that always gets reviewed.
My comment would be, first of all, that I very strongly support the approach you've outlined here of treating our financial strategies as an input rather than treating it as an output. And the reason why is, I think what it does, first of all, is it makes us much more disciplined in our thinking. It's kind of that whole cut your suit to fit your cloth or something. It's that's kind of what we're doing, right? We're saying this is what we've got, and therefore this is what we can do with it. And I think that's what our community would want us to do, and I think it's a much better approach for us to take. And the other thing is, I think it will lead us to being more opportunistic in terms of seeking out, hunting out other ways of funding things or other approaches and getting the balance right between the fees and things like that, all those things that you've outlined. So I think it's absolutely the way we should be coming at this. So thank you for bringing that to us, Paul. Councillor Boynton.
It was just a similar comment to just the approach that you've taken. And for me, it seemed like, with the rates kept coming and with things looking a bit doom and gloom, that, having that type of approach allows for those opportunities, allows for other types of thinking, relationships, philanthropic, options on what we could do to be able to support the things that we, really want to support our community with. And also because we're worried about our community actually being able to have a say with this long-term plan, because it will be led by the fiscal side, it will be led by the impacts of rates capping. And with that, I understand that a strong communication around how that process is will also then allow us to support maintaining those relationships to look for opportunities. But yeah, I commend you guys on that, Mahi, and also that approach, because it's still leaving it open-ended and not making it look so doom and gloom. Thank you.
Just make one other comment. At risk, I don't want to derail the conversation and keeping it at the right level, but I just did want to inform councillors that through the Merrill Forum, there's quite a lot of work being done around opportunities for more shared services. There's a really significant piece of work, so I just wanted to let you know that that's going on.
Could I also just add to that around the community engagement side of things? There will be a community engagement plan that will come to you in the next few weeks.
So we'll be moving on to the infrastructure strategy. We've put a few slides that are quite generic, and then we'll move on to the transport aspect of the infrastructure strategy, and I'll hand over to Anne Ellis. So why are we doing the infrastructure strategy? Well, first, it's legislatively required, but it's also a really important document. So it's covering a period of 30 years, and it's reviewed every 3 years. It is audited alongside other LTP documents, but it's one of the documents that Audit New Zealand is really looking into. So there's quite a lot of information on these slides, but I think quite a lot of it is important. So what is the purpose? It's to identify the significant infrastructure issues. And when you look, we need to look at the options and the implication on how to manage those issues. The strategy must outline how the assets will be managed and taking into account different aspects: renewals, growth, service levels, environmental outcomes, and resilience around natural assets. It's including the big numbers, CapEx and OpEx, and it's based on some significant assumptions. So what would be a good infrastructure strategy? Well, it's essentially telling the story about where council is now, where they want to be later, and how we're going to intend to get there. And it's important to have the right data to back the infrastructure strategy and to create the right debate with our community. I'll move to the next slide. Yeah. So I've highlighted here briefly a few of the challenges that will need to be taken into consideration. I'm not going to go through the the central government legislation challenges that we've got with new changes, but they are important as well. So council, when doing the infrastructure strategy, will need to take into account the age and the condition of the assets to be able to make the right decision, acknowledging what's been discussed before around constrained funding, and we'll need to look into the level of service. So that's what Leni was mentioning before, And also, importantly, when reviewing our infrastructure, we need to take into consideration the change coming through, and so that it's fit for purpose for the future. So changing demographics, and also considering climate change. Next slide. Yeah.
Thank you, Harvey. Councillor Dennis.
In regard to the age of the asset, I know we now do a standard replacement after 25 years or 30 years, like the footpaths and culverts and all that. Do we actually need to go back to replacing if the condition of the thing is not good? Because sometimes the condition of the asset isn't too bad, but we want to replace it anyway. So do we need to change our focus on that balance to more about whether the condition is recommended to change rather than it's time to change it?
Yeah, through the chair, we already use that as our sort of method for analysing what needs to be replaced. So age is one of the factors that we consider, but condition is one of the more important ones as well. All assets kind of have a theoretical expected life, but depending on where they are or what they're used for, that theoretical life, their actual life can be a bit different from that. So it's a combination of when they're due for replacement, but also what the condition is, but also looking at the bigger picture in terms of making sure that we're sort of providing a smooth volume of replacements at different times. We don't want to push out too much so that we end up with one massive lump in one particular year. So there's a number of factors that come into sort of balancing that renewals program, but condition is definitely one
So
of them.
really the 20 or 25 year replacement period is more about, in 20 years we need to look at this and see if it needs replacing.
In some ways, yeah.
Thank you.
But we definitely look at them before the 25 years as well.
Thank you. Councillors have any other questions? I have a question in terms of, it's been a while since we've had a demographic analysis of Whakatane district and the wider district. And I think if we could get some information on that in regards of, we knew that we were a surge destination, which is why we received some of that other funding. Are we still predicted to be a surge? What's our ethnicity breakup? What's our asset age in reflection to population growth or stagnancy? I think we probably just need a little bit more information in terms of that.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a really important and critical part of developing the infrastructure strategy, and part of the project plan. There'll be also an environmental scan where we'll look at the demographics, and also as part of the LTP, one of the component is what's called the financial forecasting assumptions, and we'll look at the demographics. So as part of the LTP project, we'll be looking at ensuring we're using the right data, likely to be using stats data, but yeah.
There's also some information that came through in the development of the growth strategy, which would be interesting to revisit. And we're about to hear from the team who are working on the implementation of the growth strategy. And I know that there was a report done, which, as you point out, will need refreshing and updating to align with this work. So,
Yeah, no, thanks. I'm just thinking also in terms of attracting a boutique hotel, lifestyle retirement village. They need all of that information for them to be able to make decisions as well, and that of course flows on to water and roading and everything. I don't know if that's a separate workshop or not. Any other questions in regards to infrastructure? Carry on, Harvey.
Yeah, so one component that's important, I guess, it's what's in scope and out of scope for the infrastructure strategy. And so when you look at the legislation, which has changed compared to the last LTP, what we need to have in the infrastructure strategy is actually the road and footpaths. So it's a transport activity. We've had this in our previous LTP. But now the three water paths are going to be a separate document, as Sarah Stewart mentioned. So it will be captured elsewhere. It's not going to disappear, but it won't be part as part of the infrastructure strategy. Bearing in mind that we've got other assets that are not roads and footpaths, and for those we've got other strategies and plan covering these areas. So I can take a few examples. Airport master plan, open space strategies that was adopted not so long ago, waste minimization plan, and so on. Any question? No? In that case, I'll hand over to Anne Ellis, which we will go through road and footpath component of the infrastructure strategy. Thank you.
Cool. Thanks, Harvey, and good morning again. So yeah, just to go a little bit over some of the information related to roads and footpaths. So this slide is just around sort of showing the interconnected work streams for the infrastructure strategy. So like we talked about, we've got a number of sort of asset management systems that drive a lot of our maintenance and renewals programs. We look at things like levels of service and demand to drive a lot of our improvement programs, typically related to safety, resilience, and increased levels of service improvements. And then, as Lainey mentioned, the spatial plan and local growth strategy is what drives a lot of the requirements around growth and how transport can enable or support that. So all of this is kind of what forms the program of projects and work streams that we'll be looking to deliver over the term of the infrastructure strategy. And then that feeds into the various interconnected work streams. So we've got the regional land transport plan, which is a 3-year committed program, sort of 6 to 10 year planning timeframe. It's a regional process and it's aligned with NZTA requirements. I sort of touched on this recently at our transport asset management planning briefing. And so that plan is approved through the Regional Transport Committee. That also aligns and feeds into Council's long-term plan, which is what we're talking about here, and again, that is aligned, and so that has to be approved by both NZTA and Council, and it feeds into the Regional Land Transport Plan, RLTP. Then we've got the infrastructure strategy, which takes a 30-year view, and like we mentioned, touches more on sort of those high-level challenges, options, and impacts for key infrastructure. So yeah, the important part here is just that it's part of a bigger working piece, and one of our key objectives through the process is just making sure that we keep all those various work streams aligned. Just in terms of timeframes or indicative timeframes, this is just to kind of highlight how closely the roads and footpaths infrastructure work is intertwined with NZTA's timeframes. So the 27 to 30 timeframe for the NZTA work plan development hasn't yet been released, but what I've got on screen is the 24 to 27 timeframe, which will largely be the same this time round, obviously plus 3 years. And I was just kind of highlighting a couple of the key milestones that impact the development of our infrastructure strategy and long-term plan. So coming, I think it's supposed to be April, May, we've got the draft government policy statement for land transport due to be released by the government, and that sets the government's priorities when it comes to land transport investments. Obviously, that's a major consideration for us developing our plan. Then we've got the central government elections in November this year, which any changes there can then have a flow-on impact to the final GPS, which is usually due to be published around that sort of November, December timeframe, but depending on any significant changes, last time around I think was published as late as about April the following year, so it's just a bit of a watching brief for us. And then as well, one of the key milestones is by August of this year, we'll have to put forward our draft program of work to NZTA for our sort of maintenance and renewals continuous programs, and then typically in September any of our improvement project programs. And so that's a wee bit ahead of the LTP sort of draft timeframe of when those programs of work are put together. So again, just our key, one of our key things during the development of this is just to make sure that we keep all those various timeframes aligned, and any changes that are made through the development of the LTP, that we go back, we circle back to our NZTA programs and make sure that they stay in sync. And also just another key point, so yeah, like we've talked about many times, state highways through the district are not council roads that we can directly control the work that happens on there, but we are included in NZTA's process of developing their 10-year work program. So I've just highlighted there, generally around September they publish their draft program of work, and so leading up to that they are engaging with us and we're advocating for any improvements that we know our community would like to see on the state highway roads.
Just Councillor James.
Yeah, thanks for this, Annie. Is there any indication from NZTA that they might be going to fund a lot of our work again, or there's no talk about it?
So in terms of the bulk of our maintenance and renewals program, we did get majority of that funded from NZTA. The biggest areas that were impacted was footpaths, maintenance and renewals, our special purpose roads, and our improvement activities. In the end, through the Crown Resilience Program funding, we actually did end up getting a number of our resilience projects funded, so like the works that are going to happen on Taniatua Road and the works underway on Rewatu Road, but it was just quite a delayed process. So unsure exactly what that looks like, but like I'll touch on the next slide, we've basically highlighted that NZTA funding is quite an uncertain area. So leading into this development, we want to be quite agile around how we can make sure we're putting forward programs that can obtain NZTA subsidy where it's aligned, but also that we can still deliver the priorities for our community in a financially sustainable way if we don't get that NZTA subsidy, and so that we can easily kind of move between those options as that information comes to light, because it certainly did cause a few delays to our year one delivery by not knowing what was going to be funded or not. So yeah, we're certainly taking those learnings on board in the development of this infrastructure strategy and long-term plan. And so just lastly, for transport, this is just providing a little bit of context of kind of where things are sitting at in our mind for the infrastructure strategy for roads and footpaths. It will be quite similar to last round, but there will be more emphasis on financial sustainability, also highlighting that uncertainty where it comes to NZTA funding for improvement activities and also our special purpose roads. The spatial plan and local growth strategy have progressed since the last time round, so we'll be making sure that all the learnings from that and progress from that is included. And the additional bridge proposal was quite a major in the last LTP, but following the announcement of the Pikitahi Bridge replacement, there's just some further review to be done to actually see what an additional bridge would potentially look like alongside that, now that that change has happened. So that work will be done as we develop the infrastructure strategy, so that we can be informed about what needs might exist following that change. And then, yeah, the key themes basically are continuing through in terms of key challenges, asset deterioration, resilience, growth and safety.
Thank you, Nandra. The last bullet point, the additional bridge proposal, and are we talking about the town bridge that the previous mayor was pushing?
Yeah, so in the last LTP, there was quite a lot of specific things around the additional bridge. It was the additional Whakatane River crossing. A lot of that was around whether that was a connection directly into Whakatane. We now know that there's going to be an additional a now two-lane bridge replacement, which is a lot more resilient where the Pikitahi Bridge currently is. So we just need to sort of plug that back into our transport planning assumptions and modelling to actually see if or when or what any further additional river crossings may look like in the 30-year horizon.
Right, bearing in mind too the spatial plan that we'll be looking at a bit later on, and where that's possible, the direction in which that's heading. So So it could mean that we pull that second bridge.
We need to go through that evaluation, just see what that looks like. But that will be an important aspect to inform this next 30-year period.
Thank you.
And just skip it completely, or okay. That brings us to the Q&A section. If there's any.
Thank you.
Sorry, just before we move on, Councillor Isles.
And you mentioned there the subsidies for our roading and special purpose. That's been an ongoing one. I mean, you highlight it, but there's still certainty around the funding, isn't there?
It has been an ongoing issue, and we're continuing to work with NZTA to get some sort of long-term clarity. So where things sit currently is in this current 3-year period, we have 100% funding assistance rate guaranteed for the special purpose roads, but beyond that, it's not guaranteed. And so as part of every 3-year period, NZTA review the funding assistance rates right across the board. Special purpose roads are included in that. But yeah, we are working quite closely with NZTA to try and get some more long-term assurity rather than this continuous 3-year unknown. But yeah, we'll just have to continue to work through that, and we'll keep councillors updated as that progresses.
Just supplementary, like in the event of an event, especially on our special purpose roads, I mean, we've been hit with, or government have been hit with massive bills in the past. So it's something we'd have to bear in mind, isn't it, when we're looking at our LTP, as to how that could impact, in the event of a natural disaster, how that could impact on our roading network, especially on special purpose roads, if the subsidy isn't there.
Yeah, yeah, it's definitely something we consider.
Thank you, councillor.
Thank you.
Thank you. Moving on to the water services strategy.
I think we're going to leave that
That's
slide.
going to come to a separate
indeed.
briefing,
Yes, it
yeah.
is. My
Yeah,
apologies.
next week. But unless there's anything else, I'm conscious of time. So thank you all for sharing your thinking with us today, and we look forward to, our LTP journey with you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your guys' mahi.
It's a good start.
Yeah, and it's a lot for us to all condense as well, because we've got all these other topics during this day, but just wanted to mihi for all the mahi that you're doing, and yeah, ki te awhia tātou, ki te awhia koutou. So yeah, thank you.
I'll just jump in briefly, Council, to introduce Dan Smith, who has joined us. He arrived just before Christmas. You'll remember Brian Patchett developed the growth strategy, which will shortly be going out for public consultation. And Dan, he was with us as a temporary contractor, but Dan has been appointed to this really important role of growth manager to drive the implementation of that. And Dan joins us from Tauranga City Council, where he was for about 6 years working in both the environmental planning team and then the sustainability team as a manager. And before that was at Bay of Plenty Regional Council and Environment South and working in consents. He's also done economic development work in South Africa, so really broad skill set, and we're delighted to have Dan with us. So Dan will be kicking off today, but is working really closely with Nicholas and Stephen, of course, from the planning team, because this work does sit across a number of different business units. Thank you all.
Kia ora all, and thank you, Lainey, for that really wonderful introduction. So I am the new Brian. I just describe myself as the new Brian with less charisma, but I'm going to try my hardest to live up to what he brought and the life he brought into this work. And I'm really excited to be picking up the local growth strategy, given the breadth of work that's involved, but also what it means for the communities when it comes to growth. And growth is not just roads, but it's also well-being and how we build community, but also look after the community and build in that consideration around natural hazards and what's best for them. So, as Lainey mentioned, I've got Stephen with me and as well as Nicholas. And today we're going to kind of take a broad view of how council delivers housing. Hopefully we can keep it entertaining, but we'll start right at the top around what's required of us and how that steps down into the spatial plan, the local growth strategy, and then structure planning. And we're going to focus on Awakeri, given that's something that we're working on, and it's something that is pretty fresh, and we've started a project on that Stephen will talk to soon. So hopefully I get this right. Just a quick cover-all for the purpose of the briefing. So council's role in growth planning, as I said, how we go through, deliver housing, but not just any housing, housing that's resilient, sustainable, how we partner with people, what regulations guide us, what strategic documents we have to follow, and where we have a little bit of leniency, plus what we can work on, and then how that leads into the Awakeri structure plan and what happens from there. The decision-making and constraints that follow that, and I'm so glad to be the first talking to you once you've heard about the priorities in the LTP, so I can get my pitch in there first. Part of the LTP process, you'll find very quickly that there's a lot of conversation about balancing priorities and how we make things happen. So I'm glad. Think LTP growth strategy. So I'm going to hand over now to Nicholas, who knows a lot more about the NPS for urban development than I do.
Thanks, Dan. And just before I launch into the NPS for urban development, I will introduce Stephen Goodwin as well. It's his first time in front of councillors, I believe. Stephen started with us about a year ago, comes from a background of urban design, has done a lot of urban design work in consultancies and around the world. If you get a chance, ask him about the time he designed an aeronautical city, but they can come later. So in National Policy Statement for Urban Development, this is a policy statement under the Resource Management Act. I won't go through all the details of it, but what I will say is that under the NPSUD and under the RMA, Council is obligated to provide for development capacity, which means we must provide a certain amount of land to enable housing development and commercial and industrial development. And that's based on population projections in our forecasts. And it rolls over both the district plan and how much land is zoned for and ready to go for development, as well as our infrastructure strategy under the long-term plan. So, long story short, this requires us to ensure there is enough developable land available and zoned in our district plan and our infrastructure strategy, that the funding is in place to develop the infrastructure in time to meet those requirements. So in the next 3 years, we must have enough land already zoned and already have infrastructure built. In the next 4 to 10 years, we must have plans in place for that to occur, including proposed plan changes. And beyond 10 years, 10 to 30 years, we must have plans in either a spatial plan or in an infrastructure strategy to develop that, to enable that. So that is a requirement on council. We can't just sit back and let it happen. That requires us to proactively be planning for that. At the moment, we have about, it depends on how quickly growth occurs. We've been in a recession, so things have been slow. But we've got in the order of 3 to 4 years of land available based on past growth. We don't have any more beyond that. So that was one of the big drivers for our spatial plan 3 or 4 years ago. The kickoff was we were running out of available greenfields land. We could not meet the requirements under the Resource Management Act and the NPSUD that we were obligated to have. So a key part of the spatial plan was to find where we go in the future and when we need to start sequencing infrastructure, and that has been refined through the local growth strategy.
Thanks, Nicholas. So just a real quick run through of parts of the local growth strategy. We won't touch on all of them, and we won't touch on all the actions council can take to enable and facilitate growth, but from what Brian presented in December, there are 5 main priority growth areas that have been identified, and these have been determined through a number of criteria. There's been a lot of engagement with the community, but also those really important factors like natural hazards, infrastructure feasibility and significance. I think given the recent events of the last few weeks, just that importance on where communities start growing has just been highlighted, unfortunately, for those affected. But I think we have a really good opportunity now to have that thinking done up front, not later on when we're faced with catastrophic effects. So within those 5 priority growth areas, Marata, whenua Māori, which is west of coastlands. We've also got Awakeri, Manganui and Murupara. There's slightly different approaches for each of those, but for today, as I mentioned, Awakeri is going to be our focus so that we can get down into a bit of the detail and just cover off, I suppose, the constraints that council have on them in terms of how we deliver it, how quickly we deliver it, what affects it, how developers play a role in all of that. So without further ado, I'm going to hand over to Stephen to start speaking to a bit of the Awakeri specific. Oh.
Can I ask a question? Just quickly, I'm interested in, if you take the word Māori away, coastal whenua, part of our growth strategy, aren't we heading, like we're heading into Awakeri? Why are we persisting with building along the coast? Aren't we heading away from those areas? Well, in the future, to come away from coastal erosion zones and all that?
Yeah, it's a good question. I guess not all coastal land is created equally. Some of it, if it's elevated and has a relatively low hazard profile based on the mapping and stuff that was done through the spatial plan, then there is still potential for some of that land to be developed. If it's lower and is unlikely to be there, and with climate change effects, then we would want to develop it. But there is coastal land that is much more elevated, over 10 metres above sea level. That's actually really good. That's better than many parts of the country where development on goes. And so through the spatial plan process and confirmed through the local growth strategy work, we have had landowners come forward for some of that land west of coastlands who indicated they have aspirations to do some form of development. So we wanted to keep the door open and explore what that could look like.
Thank you.
And just to add to that, there's also been this layer of market feasibility over some of these areas as well. So you'll see that we can only take this process so far, and if it's not feasible for developers, you end up with a rezoned bit of land, but no one willing to come and take the risk of developing and going through that process. So had some interactions obviously with developers and feasibility, but looking at what the market might want. And as Lainey mentioned earlier, through the work we've done, we've categorised the types of housing we currently have, and also done a bit of work on demographics and the types of housing we need. And so that's also going to guide some of the areas that we have and the thinking around what the housing typology in those areas as well. So.
Just on attaining land, how do you propose to do that, given that a lot of the land between here, Awakeri, and around the district, a lot of it's Māori-owned land and productive farming, horticultural land? Yeah.
Yep, good question. This is not council obtaining land and doing developments ourselves. It's not typically how it's done. It's actually rezoning people's land who want to do a development or may be interested, and then they would lead that. So council would be involved in facilitating that process, enabling it to occur, planning for infrastructure, but the actual development is led by the landowners, or if a developer buys the land off someone and leads that.
Malcolm?
Thank you. Has council looked at any possibilities where there could be a retirement village developed in the Whakatane area?
Good question again, and there have been a lot of interested parties, and part of the role that I've stepped into is become that connection point into council, and I'm trying to translate a lot of the council speak to try to facilitate some of those developments to a point, obviously, but there's definitely pockets of land and interested parties that I've been talking to in the last couple of months. I think it, as you'll see, it then comes down to, as council, how, and as Nicholas mentioned, how do we open up that land? How do we service it? How do we make sure it's zoned correctly for those developments? So,
can I jump in with an additional response? In the growth strategy, there is one of the 5 big moves which deliberately targets older populations, and so there's quite a big piece of work going on that Dan mentioned. For today, we really want to get to illustrate the processes that are available to you as a council and the role that we see you playing in them. And I think once Stephen talks specifically about the Awakeri proposition, you'll start to get a sense of that. But we probably should save the wider growth strategy conversation for when that comes through in the next couple of months.
Thank you.
Thank you, Lainey. So let's keep moving then.
All right. So through the spatial plan, one of the priority growth areas identified was Awakeri, and there were a number of reasons for that. One of the big ones is it's actually a relatively low hazard area within the district. Most of our civil defence events are actually driven climatically. So it's rain, storms. There are streams that pass through Awakeri. There isn't a big river that goes through Awakeri. It doesn't need to be protected from flooding with stop banks. That's a really key point because we are only going to see more and more storms, big events in the future with climate change, unfortunately. Awakeri has a low natural hazard profile compared to other parts of our district. It also has great transport connections. There are 2 state highways that intersect through Awakeri and actually join up for one point by the shops. It's really well located in between Whakatane, Kawerau, Edgecombe, out to Portaki, areas of employment. And through the spatial plan, Kawerau is identified as an industrial hub, industrial and commercial development, place for where people can work. They have limitations around where additional housing can go as well. So actually, this Awakeri supports further development in there and provide a place for people to live. There are also large continuous blocks. So, and there were some landowners that expressed an interest through the spatial plan in doing development at scale. So it actually provides an opportunity to do growth at scale quickly. There are other areas we looked at where it was a bit more piecemeal and would be slower to unlock. We can get growth going here at scale. And also, strong developer interest. I'll pass to Stephen.
There's one more from me.
Is it one more from you?
Yes.
Sorry.
Real quick, I'll go through it quick because it's effectively roles and responsibilities of council, and it speaks to what Stephen's going to talk to. So we can manage structure planning as well as the regulatory planning, so our district plan rules.
Can I just pause you for a moment? Sorry, I've just got a question from Jesse.
Yep.
Has have you ever thought about the old railway line at Awakeri being recommissioned, part of the transport?
Yeah, there was there's the Active Whakatane project, and part of that was looking at potential rail links across the Rangataki Plains, and so there was a longer term aspiration because it looks ideally suited and it's really worked well elsewhere, those sort of rail trails, and so it's really well positioned for that.
Thank you.
Thanks. So as I was saying, council, in terms of delivering that land, is responsible for the infrastructure sequencing, and that's what brings us back to things like the LTP and the waters services strategy, and making sure there's alignment with that, as well as the infrastructure strategy that was presented before this. In terms of the external influences and factors on housing delivery, there's obviously this reliance on developers, market conditions, construction costs, all the rest, but there's also things like the fast-track consenting processes that have been introduced in the last couple of years now, and that does also impact the pace at which houses are delivered if they are developer-led, and then council tends to have to then respond to those. What we find is we can enable housing delivery through the processes and what Stephen's going to talk to, but also the actual delivery of the houses is generally something that council doesn't do unless you create some special purpose vehicle to do so. We can support in many ways though, given that focus. If there is a focus on growth and housing delivery, how do we then facilitate with developers to do so? So finally now, third time lucky, I'm pretty sure It's Stephen.
Thank you very much. In Awakeri, we as council have the opportunity to plan a new urban village armed with some pretty powerful information. We know what the key drivers for development are. We know what to avoid and what to enhance to avoid future risks. And that's a unique position. We can apply the best current data and technology and practice to create a climate resilient, well-integrated community, literally from the ground up. At this stage, we can apply a whole of catchment thinking approach and a range of key principles because we're in there early. We can integrate whakatoki, providing context, setting, balance and recognition of historic values into future shaping context and thinking. We can seek to originalise our landscape. We can consider soil type and bearing constraints across the area. Nature-based solutions, again, based on whole of catchment thought. Consideration of upstream headwaters, an urban water cycle that mimics natural systems, and all importantly, the downstream environment of the Rangataiki drainage assets, the Whakatane River, the township, and the surrounding farmland. We're in a position to rethink in multi-purpose urban design and space, to reduce the loss of our valuable, highly productive lands to urban spaces by multi-purposing that land for different functions. These are the opportunities that Council has through the structure plan process. I wanted to use this slide to demonstrate the thought pattern or the thought behind structure planning. This slide demonstrates the various layers that we consider when we consider the wider environment. Site analysis and assessment enables us to identify natural and physical features that constrain or enable opportunities. These various features become layers. For example, the National Policy Statement for Highly Productive Soil, highly productive land, tells us that the area is subject to Category 2 HPL, or highly productive land. And that urban repurposing needs to be very careful with how we do that and how we minimise the loss of that land. So in response, we add a further layer, which is the 400 and 800 metre ped shed, which is representative of a 5 and a 10-minute walk. It's also widely accepted as a template for a compact, walkable urban catchment. If we add community facilities, streams, canals, we start to see an area that can serve as a reference point for soil testing, ecological considerations, and ground truthing. An area that we can seek historical narrative from iwi and hapu, and an area that we can start to consult with community on land use pre-drainage. I beg your pardon, sorry, on land use. Yeah, so this slide demonstrates the various stages for ease of understanding and delivery through the structure plan process. A major driver in this process is including the staging and sequencing in the forthcoming long-term plan. So stage one is the background research and analysis, the soil testing, the ground truthing that I spoke of earlier. Stage two defines the constraints and features naturally and physically and identifies the opportunities and strengths. We hope to include community involvement through this stage as well. Stage three is a design, test, discuss, collaborate and finalise of the structure plan. And stage four is a deliver to council for approval. Upon approval, we can go to public engagement and then refine further for adoption by the end of the year. What we look to achieve through the structure plan is guidance that serves community interest and well-being. It addresses holistically the Awakeri area, considering lots that can and should be included due to their risk profile versus those of a select few landowners. It will interweave the layers of geotechnical research, identification and risk reduction recommendations, design of hydraulic and ecological enhancement by mimicking natural systems, a transport network that promotes multimodal options for a healthier community, but also acts as a secondary flow path for stormwater. A nature-based stormwater solution that rethinks the role and function of riparian margins, creating multi-purposed open spaces, and again the reduction of the loss of rural land, and placemaking by delivering a compact, walkable, high-amenity neighbourhood that delivers choice to residents through a range of housing choices. Improved affordability matched to their position in life, in a public realm that responds to the safety through design and livability through placemaking.
I think we'll just move on because we've already covered a bit of the outcomes. So I'm going to just hand over to Nicholas to quickly talk about the RM reform and plan change exemption.
Yeah, thanks, team. So I mean, you're well aware that we're in the midst of RM reforms, a couple of new bills which are going through the select committee process now. They will be law middle of the year. Because of the reforms, there is a stop on any plan changes, but there is an exemption pathway if we choose to go down that avenue. Where essentially, if we put a case up to the minister, he would approve a plan change. We've had some initial discussions with the Ministry for the Environment. They were really optimistic that this sort of thing could sail through because essentially it's about providing for growth, and that's quite there's a strong commitment from the current government to enable that. So they were pretty confident that we could go through that pathway if we chose to. Other options are that it could be a fast track driven by landowners once we've got the structural plan in place. I guess the structural plan gives everyone a bit of confidence, or lots of confidence, about what this looks like and the feasibility of it. And I guess the third element is that we are going to be launching into spatial plans soon, a regional spatial plan. There may be some other legislative avenues for enabling development through the new acts. So there's lots of options, I guess is what we're trying to say, in terms of how we'd actually get spades in the ground and get houses built. But the first step is to get that structure plan in place. And we've actually, and Stephen's project mentioned that we've got a team in place. Everyone's ready to go. So it's sort of looking very optimistic, very positive for making progress there.
The relevant minister is Chris Bishop.
Chris Bishop, yeah.
Thanks, Nicholas. So just really to round it off and also then touch on one of the other pathways. So in terms of our council-led processes, as we've mentioned, we can integrate land use infrastructure and engagement, support sequencing, especially with the LTP and all of our infrastructure planning that we do and strategies, and then can align better with our strategies that we have in place, spatial plan and local growth strategy. On the other hand, and one of those things that as council we can't really influence, if you do have willing developers, there is this pathway for willing developers to embark on a fast-track consenting process. It does require a contiguous form of land and a bunch of developers to work together, but that is one of the ways in which developers can drive outcomes quicker. It's this not without risk, but effectively it does allow ultimately, if areas like Awakeri are named in our spatial plan and our local growth strategy, a fast-track consent process, if granted, it gets granted down by the minister down after an assessment through the EPA, that land could ultimately end up being rezoned and you don't end up having to do the structure plan process and then district plan change process. But again, there's a lot of dependencies there on willing developers, and we met with a few just yesterday, and there's the initial work around what we're actually dealing with in terms of land and the geotechnical influences that still needs to happen regardless of how willing developers are to develop.
And presumably, if there is a developer-led process, there's benefit for both developers and council to work together. Like if we're doing a lot of this structure plan work, there's benefits to developers to kind of tie into where we're going with that in any case, I would have thought.
Yeah, that's right, yeah. I mean, the structural plan essentially sets the, this is what, sets the framework essentially for what it's going to look like. If you get agreement on that, then it's really making sure everything aligns.
And now, I've skipped the second last slide. I don't think it's as important as this one. I just wanted to highlight the work that we're doing, work around the growth strategy, the spatial plan, and the importance of how that then links into the strategies and the alignment with the infrastructure strategy that Annalise mentioned, but also the water services strategy that needs to happen alongside the LTP. There's going to be a lot of conversations about how we prioritise where funding goes and where infrastructure goes. I think for the community and for us in terms of delivering housing, this is where the rubber hits the road. And without those essential services, we could talk about growth as much as we want, but we won't be able to stimulate it, and it won't be as feasible for developers if they're having to do their own on-site wastewater treatment and things like that. So as a council and focusing on growth, I think this is our opportunity over the next LTP, given what looks like is going to happen with rates capping, to actually drive what we're hoping to drive for our communities and the wellbeing outcomes that we want from it. So not only that, but also, as Nicholas mentioned, in terms of, as a council, meeting those obligations under the NPS for urban development for our communities. So just next steps, and for your information, what we're going to be carrying on is obviously the structure plan work that's completed, and then that'll be brought to council for sign-off. We'll go ahead and start talking to MFE a bit more around those exemptions for the plan change that follows. A lot of internal work that needs to happen with the infrastructure alignment. But again, that's obviously going to be guided by, as Paul mentioned earlier, that financial strategy up front, rather than everybody coming forward with a wish list. And hopefully a lot of that work's already been done by the strategies that have been set out. And then, as with everything we do, there's still a component of our ongoing community engagement and iwi and hapu engagement that needs to happen, but without that, then putting strategies together isn't really going to help us deliver what we need to. So that's what we're going to be going away and doing, but it won't be too long before the next few months before you see a bit more of us and the outcomes of the work. So happy to take any further questions if we have any.
Bearing in mind rate capping, how do we develop the infrastructure for this if we're under a rate cap as well? Is it prioritising over the basics, or what? How will it play out? Or is it
The costs, I've got Paul here, I'm glad. The infrastructure costs aren't necessarily included in the rates cap. I think funding for things like Three Waters, is that correct, Paul? Yeah.
There's a couple of things in there. One is, it's not fully clear because we haven't got legislation, but the indication is that waters is not included within the rates cap. The second is a lot of your infrastructure can be funded through things like development levies as well. Again, is not included in any capping. However, the operational costs of it may be effectively there. So that's part of that entire financial strategy development conversation, effectively, is how we fund growth and the options that exist in that.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Malcolm?
Thank you. My question's around the highly productive soils, which obviously will be challenged. And when you're doing your spatial plan, will you get down into detail as to the soil categories and what it produces, etc.?
Yes. So under the National Policy Statement for Highly Productive Land, those class 1, 2 and 3 soils are protected. Oh, it's changed now for 3s, but the 1s and 2s. Some of the land around Awakeri is class 2 soil, so it is highly productive land. Now, that makes it difficult just to do a consent for a development there, but there is a pathway. If you've identified a growth area in a strategic document, like a spatial plan, then actually there is a pathway to develop an urban centre on highly productive land. That doesn't mean it's unfettered. You still need to demonstrate that it's an effective, essentially effective use of the land. You're not creating too much sprawl. So it really speaks to having a more compact urban form and making sure that we're being very efficient in the use of the land. So we're not creating a whole lot of 2,000 square metre sections. It's actually more compact urban form. But there's a pathway through that national policy statement when developing high productive land. And we're meeting that because we've got the Eastern Bay Spatial Plan. We're going to have the regional spatial plan under the new Act. We've got the local growth strategy as well. So all those documents will line up showing why it's appropriate to put growth there.
Thank you.
So I'll just see, I've got Wilson, then Leslie, then Tony, then Carolyn. And just to say that if you wanted to go in the speaking order, please just indicate really clearly and look at me, because people kind of give a vague wave and I don't know if you just, so just please indicate clearly and I'll put you on the speaking order. So Wilson.
Just clearly, there's a lot of changes in that have got to happen here, and that, are we talking sort of 5-year, 10-year, 20-year before we actually see some action there?
That's a great question. So I said earlier when I was talking about the NPSUD, we've got about 3 or 4 years of development capacity available. That gives an indication of the urgency that we need to proceed with to unlock growth in these new areas. So essentially it's as soon as we can do it. Now there are limitations. We do need to consent and build infrastructure. We do need to do the land use changes in terms of zoning. We do need to ensure developers need to ensure there's financing available. It's not a quick process, but we will be progressing as quickly as possible. And that's why we're exploring some of those other options and talking to landowners around fast track versus plan changes versus, under the regional spatial plan, are there mechanisms there? We need to look at all of those, and it's these two gentlemen here are going to be looking at how quickly can we get this done, because it's really, it would be great if we had everything in place today. So we're trying to get it as quickly as possible. It's a short answer.
Can I just further that based on the sequencing of the idea of growth through the various higher order plans, we've identified that Whakatane District needs to grow, and where these priority growth areas are and how much growth we believe can be apportioned to these various growth areas. Now, these growth areas have been identified as, I guess in Awakeri's case, an area that might house 2,000 plus residential lots. The structure plan is going to look at that and figure out how we can achieve that across the area available to us to get the maximum efficiency out of that. What type of densities we can use, what type of transport corridors will best fit that environment, and how to create a place that people want to live. So this process that we're embarking on, this structure plan, is a very important piece of information to sit underneath all of that. And if we do choose to go down that fast track option, or if developers choose to go down that fast track option, it's going to be really important to see what it is that their piece of land, or an agglomeration of pieces of contiguous land, can provide in that in that case, because we as a council still have to get the maximum use out of that piece of, or, that opportunity.
Thank you. Leslie?
Yeah, thank you. Hi, gentlemen. Welcome to the team. You kind of half answered the question, but I guess that we're talking about preparing the infrastructure. So have we already got willing sellers who are prepared to put the infrastructure in? Because we're not the willing buyers, are we?
No, we aren't the willing buyers, but there are willing landowners who are talking about potentially what options they take on their land and wanting to know how council can support that. And I think in reality, regardless of process, it's still going to take, if somebody lodged today, it's going to take up to 2 years just to get, it's fast track is a little bit of a misnomer. It still takes around 2 years to get there and a lot of investment up front. So from our point of view, it's about then, if we're able to plan infrastructure around those areas, we need to start now. There are some pieces of land there that are for sale, but it's still very early stages with some of those landowners at the moment.
Just supplementary. So we, in effect, by talking to them now, have like tripled the value of their land, and we're going to pay for infrastructure to go in.
I wouldn't say so, because I think in terms of spatial planning, that area was identified through the Eastern Bay Spatial Plan process. The value of that land goes up once it's rezoned, and that's when they can expect that uplift, and that's still some time away because it would still need to go through the processes before that happens. We're talking about finding ways to best service that land now and what the form looks like so that we don't end up with a poorly designed town effectively in 15, 20 years from now. So while it may seem like there's some urgency, I don't think spades in the ground are a reality in the next 3 to 5 years. It's more about making sure it's well planned, that we do have a way to service it should it go a certain way, plus then where drainage needs to be, take the conversation to NZTA because it's along state highways, and so we have to do a certain amount of work before any decisions or any change can happen out there.
Are you going to talk about the land change, are you, Nicholas?
No, I was just going to note that, that the big cost is in the infrastructure, and we look to the developer paying for that through things like development levies, development contributions, as well as the central government component through NZTA and their how they fund upgrades as well.
Thank you.
Councillor Boynton.
Thank you guys for your mahi. I mean, it's quite a huge topic and it's really important. And I know that we've along the way, been taking each step as we went through the spatial plan, as we went out to the community and being able to build that picture. So overall, the end goal is always making sure that we've planned well ahead for our growing communities and that they're safe. So it is good to see this come through. I guess for me, it's been brought up before, the rates capping, our constraints that we have, and yet we want to, open our arms up wide to support these kind of kaupapa. I also think about the other areas that have been identified, and is that same level of enthusiasm and support and innovation in terms of supporting those areas of development going to also be given?
Yep, yes, so just this morning we were out meeting with some partners on that for some of the other growth areas. I think as part of the local growth strategy, we did identify the need to build up some in-house capability. So thank you, local growth strategy, because that's why I'm here. And so it's just the start. And Awakeri was, in terms of planning, the first off the rank, but we're working as hard as we can on those other areas, supporting whether it's the wastewater planning out at Maratā, talking to partners out down the Whenua Māori down towards west of coastlands, and so those are active conversations that we're having, and it's about how I then convince Paul and those planning the infrastructure to get the infrastructure down there. But yes, we are.
Thank you for that.
Thank you.
Carolyn?
Oh, kia ora, thank you, guys. Yeah, I just commend you for the sense of urgency and the team that you've built up. I think it's really forward-thinking. Seems like you've got a really good balance in your... I had a couple of questions. One, does working together with iwi hapu, does that feed into your team now, or is that something you're going to be doing ongoing? To assume to decision-making.
So as part of the broader spatial planning, there was that voice in there as part of the local growth strategy. We've gone out and engaged with and are still engaging with iwi and hapu. And then as part of the structure planning process, it's planned to have input at that level as well. So you do have these multiple levels of planning happening with engagement at each level, and then we'll go out with the long-term plan and engage again on that. So you do, it's a lot, and it's a lot to put on our partners, but it is at each of those levels that we do that.
Okay. And a supplementary, have we approved a budget for the Awakeri structure plan? Is that something we've done in the past?
Yeah, I can talk to that. It's funded through our planning budget. We've got availability there. The same budget that funded the spatial plan can fund this year. Yeah.
Thank you, everyone. I think, so I'll draw that to a close. We'll take a half-hour lunch break. This will be coming back to us again, so this is just an early orientation to us. Really appreciate the work that's been done. I think this is really quite exciting, actually. And I'm just mindful of Leslie's comments in the past about cathedral thinking. And I think this is what we're doing here. This is making sure we have a really well-planned new development, and it may well, actually, it's quite likely that seeing it in place will be past our terms as councillors, and it won't come into its full fruition until probably we're long gone, because this has got opportunities to grow in the future. So I think it's a really important piece of work, and it's great to see it happening. So thank you. So we'll have a half-hour lunch break. We'll come back at 1:15.
Oh, they're the designers. Oh, very good.
All right, we recording? Okay, welcome back, everyone. We'll leap into the post-lunch briefing. First of all, the Floodwall integration program. Kia ora, Ian, Vanessa, welcome.
Kia ora, Mayor, councillors. We only have 30 minutes with you, so what we'd probably like to do is we'll just give a very brief background. I've got the design team online, so I've got Nicole and Shara, who are the design team that have been leading this work. So I'll just give a very brief background, and then what we might do is, because we've got limited time, we'll just take any immediate questions that you have around the concept designs. We'd like to probably at some point take you through this in a little bit more detail, because there is quite a bit to cover off, and we're about to go through some targeted engagement next week and then public engagement the following week. So just as far as background, so BOPRC have obviously put in the floodwall. The rationale has already been shared with you around why they've been putting in the floodwall, but obviously to protect the township, and there's been a lot of flooding events in the media over the last little while, but also to protect the town leading out to 2040 as well. So as a result of the floodwall, we have put in place a project to better integrate the floodwall with the township, minimise any of the visual effects of the floodwall that's been put in place. So back in October 2025, we tabled a report at that point in time. Council approved a budget of 7.6 million from the LTP. We also noted that we were able to secure Canoa funding of 3.8 million with potential from an additional $500,000. We did secure that additional $500,000, so we're now at 4.3 million of Canoa funding. So overall, we're now at 11.9 million of funding for this project. The reason I'm highlighting the budget is at the time when councillors talked to us back in October, you asked us to come away, go and look at some options about how do we use the money without having to give money back to Canoa. So we've got to match any of the Canoa funding. So in total, that takes us up to about 8.6 million as a minimum. Otherwise, we have to hand money back to Canoa, up to the 11.9 million. So when we asked the design team to prepare some budgets and some costs, we asked them to prepare a baseline budget of 8.6 million, so using Canoa funding and match funding, but then also provide some options over and above that leading up to the 11.9. And that's what's been prepared for today. So since October, we've engaged the designers. They've prepared some concept designs, and the areas of focus we'll run through. So just the areas of focus, I'll just touch on this very briefly, is round about the old eyesight building. The area just across from that, so the corner of the Strand and Quay Street, and the other area, which is in shaded there, is just the area around about the Sports Fishing Club, as well as in front of where the Nagel block is as well. So that's the kind of three areas that the concept design team have been focusing on. I'm going to pause there. We can get the design team to step through the designs that have been prepared, but I feel if we do that, we'll take a lot more than the 20 minutes or so that we have left. So what we'd like to really understand from you today is there any aspects of the design you have concern with? You've obviously seen the design. Is there any questions you have on the design itself? So I'll pause there and just maybe take some very early feedback. And then if there's specific questions or an intent to go through, we can then step through the PPT itself.
Leslie.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and hello, Ian, I'm Vanessa. Yeah, so the first thing is I thought there was going to be a do-nothing option except for planting, and that doesn't seem to have presented because we wanted to save as much money, even if we had some allocated in the LTP as possible. The second thing is, I thought it was going to include an integration of that 1950s Joss's whole corner as well, and that besides the Halo old Plunkett buildings, there doesn't seem to be an integration with that.
The plans show those buildings being demolished and that site being integrated, and there's an option for elected members to retain just the 35 Keith Street, which is the former Plunkett building. That's how we've done it. So if there are a number of options for that corner site once the buildings are removed.
Slide number 9 has the area that you're talking about in the plans.
Okay, but I thought it was coming with some design area, just not bowl it. That's what I thought there was. You know, a couple of years ago, we had Betsy Stevens came and she gave that great presentation on what that whole corner could look like. I thought we were going to get some sort of indication of something like that.
So when we presented it, we talked about it being a kind of a greenfield type open space in the short term, with the long-term intention remaining for council to develop that in the future. So that's what we presented when we came through late last year. It would be a temporary use of that space, which would have some public utility, kind of a green space, maybe some tables. That's what's in the design pack.
And the options there is a basketball court, some garden beds, benches, picnic tables, pump track options and so on, which is...
Okay, I'll leave it there.
Sorry, can I just respond to your earlier question around do nothing? I think as Ian's explained, during the October presentation and the ensuing discussion, Council, the instruction back to staff was that we would not want to give the money back to Kānoa, so we have to spend the matched funding.
Well, that is correct, but we've got other funds that we're already in the LTP that could still save us a few million if we didn't take the Kānoa match funding. We got the 7, they were going to give us a 3.8, you know, so in theory that means if we didn't spend all of our component, didn't get Kānoa's, we still had a couple of million left that could.
And that's what the team are presenting as the baseline option, is to make that saving of the additional LTP funding. So what these designs start with is only spending the minimum that we're required to spend to match the Kānoa fund. No more. That's the 8.6 that Ian mentioned.
Okay.
Councillor Boynton.
I was just to get some clarification. With the Bay Regional Council doing their part of the wall and us receiving a bill, where does that money come from? Like to be paid, or are we paying it, or are we still going back and forth over who pays that, because they sort of sent us a bill for what they did with the gardens and the wall. So I just wanted to clear up, you know, is that money coming out of this money, or what's happening there?
So through you, Mayor. So we've already spent 1.3 million, and that's for the area around about Kakaroa Drive and the Key Street component, and that was largely led by Bay of Plenty Regional Council, and we obviously paid the funding to Bay of Plenty Regional Council for that work. So that's 1.3 million. So that's already been spent out of the 8.6. So we've taken that into account. So obviously what we've asked the design team is look at what is left of that budget, assuming that that's already been paid. So we've already paid that funding to Bob Parsi for that work.
So, it looks like there's no other questions or comments. Can I just clarify, you did say at the beginning, but what are you seeking from us today?
So really we've prepared draft concept designs. We plan to go out and do targeted engagement next week. So that targeted engagement is with the likes of Quay Street residents, we've got the Sports Fishing Club, we've got the Iceman, we've got Gibbles. So we've got some very specific targeted engagement that we plan to do next week. And then the following week, we plan to do public engagement. So the public engagement is really to understand what they like out of the baseline, what they don't like out of the baseline, if there's optional components that they feel really strongly about, and to understand why they feel really strongly about those optional components so that we can then prepare a council paper and bring it back to you in April for decision making around, what do you want to, do you want to go with the baseline option or do you want to go for some different areas? Today, we really wanted to just table what we plan to present with the public for next week. Targeted engagement next week and public afterwards, and just seek any kind of initial feedback from you on the designs themselves. Ideally, we'd love to step you through this, but we realise that trying to rush this in a 30-minute presentation, it will just be extremely rushed. So, I mean, the ideal situation is that, we just get initial feedback from you now, and then perhaps over the next couple of weeks, we could organise a specific session to step you through this in more time.
Did we receive those updated plans? I know I did a search, but there's quite a few different versions of what we have seen. Do we just locate it from last year, that presentation of the designs? I mean, so that we can have that visual, or do we just wait until next?
So the governance team, I think, shared this on Monday. A copy of the presentation that you're seeing in front of you.
That's the one on Stella.
Yeah.
One of the difficulties is I think a lot of us didn't realise, because Stella's changed, and I don't think a lot of us didn't realise the sideways, the sidebar. In fact, was put out to me today, so I'm only looking at this for the first time now. So that makes it a bit more difficult. Councillor Dennis?
Thank you. In the extra bit in Stella, on page 6, you've got a concept plan of a walkway ramp going all the way up. And I'm a bit surprised at that because I thought the concept was that whole green grass area to the right of the eye centre was meant to be an area where people could sit on the grass at lunchtime and all that. But if you've got that ramp in there, so I really don't like that. The ramp could come in from further along Quay Street and come back up. Then the other one I noticed too is there's another one down in, can't see it actually, the one that talks about all the picnic tables and all that out in front of the eye centre. Is that still going to enable people to walk past? Will there be a thing put on the whoever takes over the eye centre that they can't put tables out too far? Because that's in one of your concept designs there.
We can certainly, in any lease agreement, should the decision be made to let the eyesight building out, we can certainly put provisions around retaining public access in that open space out the front.
Okay, so if we go down to page 9, the temporary park you've got there, you've got like the pump track and you've got all sorts of modules, all that sort of stuff. If it's only temporary, why are we putting that money into to flesh that up? I would have thought you'd just leave it a green space so that people can sit there. Or I don't see why we're developing it into some, I think at one stage there's table tennis and all sorts of stuff there. Is there an answer for that?
So through you, Your Honour. So what we've tried to do for the temporary park, if the option is that we demolish all the buildings and we're left with that kind of space available, we want to try and use it as much as possible while a commercial tenant at some point in the future may join. So we have done minimal costs in here, but we've tried to make this as integrated with the township as possible. So that's why we've come up with this as a baseline option going high, using quite minimal funds. We could do something that's quite neat for the township, really link it in to the CBD and create a connection from there over to the eyesight.
Okay, that one I was talking about is on page 15. You've got a pump track and a tapuai court, quite a bit of stuff in there, and I didn't really see why we're throwing all that money away on that.
Those are additional, that's the higher level budget. So the baseline is the first one. Just with the pump track things, I understand that those are removable. So they would be an asset that could be moved onto another park should council come to use that site for commercial purposes. But again, those are optional, additional extras, not the baseline concept.
Don't take this the wrong way, but it's like we're trying to think of what new things we could do rather than what should we just do as the basics. We need to stop dreaming about that horrible word called bringing vitality into it and all that sort of stuff. We just want a temporary park.
To be fair, councillor, I think we asked for a baseline and then for what else could be done. That's what we've been given. This is the additional extras that could be done if we wanted to spend a bit more money. And I think I appreciate seeing them as an option, but there is a baseline model which is earlier on in the report.
Okay, just one more question on that we were getting rid of the buildings and you've got a restaurant there that we're getting rid of. Is there any option that they might have if they wanted to move into the eyesight so they can keep their building going, because they've only been going a few years there, are we going to give them a preferential chance of getting the eyesight?
At the moment, the intention is that would be an open tender process. We already have a number of people who are interested in that building, and in the interest of being fair to the whole community, we would want that to be an open tender process. And I note that some of the other people that have also contacted us are in a similar situation to the restaurant. So we do have other people who have lost their buildings who are also interested in that site.
Can I add a point briefly, Councillor Dennis? When the decision was made to clear that site and make it a temporary open space, there was quite a discussion around how long that was likely to be for, and it's very difficult to answer that. There was a conversation in that meeting about the fact it might be a number of years, but it was also really important for council to keep that part of town activated and vibrant and alive. And I think the last thing that any of you would want is probably to have a vacant lot that then falls into disrepair. So there was always going to be some assets in place that would then need to be maintained for however long that period would be. And those can be very simple indeed, but we definitely want to keep it a usable space and an interesting space to be. And that was actually the promise that also was made to the community when we talked in the press release about why the decision had been made. So I just wanted to add that back in.
Councillor Imming?
Yeah, thank you. I just want to clarify, so let's just put the Kanoa funding aside for the moment. So we've got 7.6 million in the LTP. And if we take off the 1.3 million that we've already paid to regional council for the barking, the curbing between, and the, not the artwork I imagine, but the stairs that go up on Kahukurua Drive. So that means that we've still got a number of million left. What's the cost of the deconstruction on that corner?
So we have initial demolition costs, is that what you're asking for, for the corner at Key Street in the Strand, of around $500,000 just for the demolition alone. And that's obviously not, that's just to demolish the buildings, yeah.
Okay, so if we go, take our 7.6, take away our contribution of the 3.8, which is the Kanoa one, that leaves us 4.8 minus the 1.3 we've paid, 3.5 mil left in our LTP budget, less $500,000, that means 3 million to do some sort of enhancement and tidy up the corner that's been deconstructed. So I know that we asked for a baseline, but I thought the baseline was going to start with a do nothing minimal except some plantings, and then we've got a different sort of baseline, and then we've got a next version of it. I'm just trying to see how can we save the ratepayers as much as we can, because the area actually looks really good. You've got the stairs already there, you've got your, accessible footpath there, up the top still looks good. I'm just I guess it wasn't what I was expecting in terms of options to come. And I don't think this funding is not as clear for councillors as it could have been as well.
So through you, Your Honour, we could do a do-nothing option, which is literally a do-nothing option, and bring that back as well. We would need to do some stuff round about the Sports Fishing Club as part of a do-nothing option, because if they are moving the building as a landlord, we have some responsibility to reinstate the car parking around there. So that's something that we could definitely have a look at if that's what council decides, for sure.
Oh, I just feel like I don't think there's enough information there to help us make any indication. I know it's not a decision, because we know there are time constraints because of the regional council and the wall going up.
So, Councillor O'Brien.
Thank you. Just looking at the concept design on page 7. You obviously have something envisioned for out on the water out the front of Tuawhaki there. So does that mean getting rid of those private berths? And
No change will be made to the berths. The berths will remain unaffected by this project. That's just a render, so you can see what the design looks like. The lack of the berthages in there is just how those designs have been drawn. To give you an example, it's not an indication that we expect to get rid of them.
I'm just mindful of the fact that if it's going to be a public space everywhere else, it needs to be a public space out the front there as well, rather than a private berth for 3 boats. Make it available to Joe public, the whole works. Just something to think about.
I think what I'm sensing is that the materials, when they're put out for public consultation, need to be really carefully thought through, and the clarity around the different levels of investment for each of those need to be very, very clear, and potentially I'm wary of calling it a do-nothing option, because we actually don't have a do-nothing option, but a more baseline than the baseline option be included in that pack of materials so that it's really clear. But I think, given the timeframes and the fact that it's been recognised that we are under quite a lot of pressure, both from the Floodwall project itself, but also the demolition and so on, I think the team would still like to be able to go out with some designs and options to consider and workshop those with you concurrently, and then bring all of that public perspective and your own back for a kind of full review of the pros and cons of each in April. Was it in April?
Correct. We've got that planned for April.
Just a question, really, Mr. Chair. So the only time constraint we really have is with the Regional Council and the Sport Fishing Club, because the floodwall has already been done at Otawhaiki and at the eyesight. So that could be given some different consideration. But what we might do to enhance stairs going up to the fishing club when it moves, or along that esplanade area, I guess that's probably the key sort of decision or guideline you need from us, isn't it?
So the key decision that's really of time importance for the Sports Fishing Club is really just us demolishing the Gibbles and the Iceman building, putting in some stormwater aspects, which is funded through Three Waters. So it's actually quite limited that will allow that Sports Fishing Club to move. Everything else we can do after the Sports Fishing Club itself has moved. So actually these concept designs that we're tabling today aren't as time constrained that will hold up the Sports Fishing Club move itself, because the intent is that we would seek your feedback in April on what that proposed approach is. We would then do detailed design and consenting leading up to October, and then by that point in time the Sports Fishing Club would have moved, and then we can then come in and actually do this. So I will say that the time constraints on this concept design isn't quite as tight to allow that to happen. There's a couple of things that we need to do. But obviously, we've got some milestones in place from Canoa associated with the funding, and one of the timeframes in the Canoa funding is that we would have designs and consents available by July. Now, even with the current timeframe, we are looking at October, and we've flagged that with them. So we are kind of slightly behind on the timeframes for that Canoa are seeking. So that's more the driver.
Thank you. I think that's a really helpful clarification. Councillor Boynton?
It was just a query, really, and sorry if I missed it, but was there any types of proposals or business cases going forward for a kind of joint venture for the eyesight and a cafe or another business to be situated there?
So our intention is that will be in the future. If council makes that final decision that that's what you would like us to do with that building, then we would run a public tender process for a future use for that building. That's our current intention. We haven't started that yet. We're waiting for your final direction before we get that started.
Thank you.
Jesse?
With that, the old eyesight space, if the eyesight weren't to go back to that original spot, what other proposals are there for that particular space?
At this stage, we would go out for quite an open tender process to see what came back. One thing that has been flagged previously in other consultation we've had with the public is that it would make a really nice kind of food and beverage type provider just because of the location there. But it certainly doesn't have to be that. We'd be looking for something that attracts people to the area and brings that kind of public interaction and I guess a bit of life to that space. But we certainly haven't predetermined that.
Thank you.
As part of the options we'll be preparing for going out for targeted engagement and public engagement, we'll be having approximate amounts associated with any of the options over and above the baseline so that people can understand, well, if we, that one of the options is potentially to retain the Plunkett building because there's some people really interested in the architecture of that building. And we can say, well, that definitely is an option. But there's a cost associated with that, and then obviously we can then bring that back and seek some feedback around that. And again, the key areas on the optional components is to understand why they think it's of interest and why it's important to them, so that we can bring that back to council, and make a decision around.
Isley?
Yeah, I'm just confused about the timeline and what is being required from us at the moment, thinking that the sport fishing club thing is the priority at the moment. So had you already kind of co-allocated part of that funding to enhancement along that area? Because there just seems to be a few things missing.
So through you, we've not allocated any funding. The whole funding allocation discussion will be held with you and agreed in April. So that's what we will be agreeing. There is two components that will allow the Sports Fishing Club to move. One component, which is the demolition of the Iceman and the Gibbles building. That's we've budgeted around $120,000, and that's being funded by the strategic property team. So that's coming out of a separate budget for that 120 for the demolishing. The other component, which is we need to put in some additional stormwater in that space, and that's being funded by the Three Waters team and will happen anyway. So that's kind of again separate budget that's being provided for in that area. So the work that we're doing here today is not needed to support the movement of the Sports Fishing Club. However, when they do move the Sports Fishing Club and car parks have got to be reinstated and various different things, that's when we will need to come in, but we don't need to do that until after October.
But the Kanoa funding was for that whole esplanade of Kakarua Drive down to the fishing club, wasn't it?
Correct.
Because we thought there was going to be another Ngāti Awa type building in their current car park space, and we were going to have some sort of synergy of an esplanade look going all the way across there. So I guess there just seems to be a few gaps in envisioning all of that, and we don't want to spend money where we don't need to spend it.
Sure.
Unfortunately, I've got to depart. I know we're not making a decision today, but I look forward to seeing I know the do nothing option isn't do nothing because we've already spent $1.6 million. That kind of needs to be highlighted when it goes out to consultation, otherwise people might think we've got more money in our budget or not. But yeah, I look forward to seeing what the other options reveal. Thank you.
Thank you, Leslie. I feel ill-equipped, actually, to give an indication going forward. I think I don't really understand the budget. Leslie's just been through some numbers, and I need that to be explained to me a bit more clearly. I've only just had a chance to look at these concepts. There are some concerns about them from different members. I'm a bit loath to go out to public consultation until we feel comfortable with what we're putting out. It seems like some of the time constraints aren't as urgent as what I had thought, but I acknowledge that the constraint seems to be around Kānoa, meeting Kānoa's milestones so that they will unlock funding. Nevertheless, I'm a bit loath to be in a hurry to put something out for public consultation until we've kind of had a chance, or until we've expressed satisfaction with it. So I'm not quite sure what that means in terms of where we go next.
Maybe if I could just ask the team a question. If we were to delay public consultation, what would be the implications of that, and how long is that possible to delay for?
Yeah, so through you, Chair. So as far as impacting the Sports Fishing Club move, it wouldn't necessarily impact any of that. Is it possible to delay? It would be great if we could do the targeted engagement next week, which is with affected Key Street residents, with berth holders and the various different people at the Sports Fishing Club, and really get their feedback. It'd be great to be able to do that. Public engagement, if we were to delay that for a few weeks, I don't think that would have a significant impact on our overall timeframes and what we need to do. So, and we've not booked these sessions in, so I don't think that would have a significant impact.
Apart from the fact, of course, if we're releasing to a targeted group but holding off the rest of the public, we know that the longer you leave it between those things, the more risk is that people feel excluded from the process. But Mayor Nando, I think we've talked about possibly inserting additional workshops over the next month or two, so perhaps this would be a good candidate for a longer session to really unpack these designs once people have had a chance to look through them.
Because I think it does need a proper discussion, and because of the time we haven't been able to kind of take first, and it might be that actually if you had the chance to take us through it, that any issues would resolve themselves, but we haven't had a chance to do that. I'm also mindful if you go out for targeted engagement and then councillors say, actually, that's not what we want to go to the public with, you end up with a disjoint between what you've engaged your targeted engagement on and what you go to the general public, and that's not ideal. I don't know how much risk there is of that, but it's a possibility. So
through you, Chair, we have had some initial pre-engagement activities. So we've, under direction from Ngāti Awa, we've engaged with Ngāti Hokapu and Tai Whakaia, again, to get early feedback. So we carried that out last week. We've also carried out some initial feedback from BOPRC and the Sports Fishing Club, and also WDC impacted teams, so the likes of Transport, Open Spaces, and the Ports and Harbours team. So we have had some initial kind of feedback from those teams. We could just tailor that around, early engagement feedback for the targeted group, so that we can be very clear that this has not gone through council and it's really, really keen to get their view early on, which might be appropriate.
Yeah, I think that sounds good.
I think that's a good meeting halfway, especially because the way that the pack has been put together, there's still so many options and variation within it, so that I think the risk of someone then feeling like they've missed out on having a say on one aspect is probably pretty low. Yeah, that sounds
And also,
really good.
to be honest, what I've got in front of me is not that, I can't even really see what the design is, actually. Very clearly, there's chunks of it, which is, yeah. Okay, so it sounds like what we're suggesting then, or what's being proposed, is that there's a bit of targeted engagement, making it clear it hasn't been through council to, that, so it's at that stage, and then we look at booking in something where we can go through as councillors in a bit more detail about what's proposed. Right. Is that, happy with that?
Yep.
Cool, all right. Councillors, happy with that?
If I may just, thank you for giving us the options and these temporary park options. I mean, I'm looking at the basic one. I do like the idea of being able to provide for our kids, and they do like playing basketball. And a lot of the stuff isn't going to bust the bank. You're keeping it basic, but I certainly don't want that space to be demolished, and then we end up with a space like opposite the com there.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
that's right.
I don't see us busting our bank by producing something basic like that, but keeping it, something for our kids and our people to be able to use. So at least we got options there. We need some more clarity perhaps on the others, but thank you for that.
Thank you, councillor. Thank you. It's probably not the outcome you're looking for, but. Thanks, Lenny. Right, yes. So thank you, everyone. So that's the end of the public session. We've got one item in public excluded. So we don't need to move that, do we? Okay, so we don't need to move that. Just